right, and we are live with FAB Gauntlet Week 9. Welcome. It's pretty crazy to think that this is month 3 we're going into. With that, I'm joined always by Dante Delfico, Skirmish Champion. I am Brendan Patrick, but we actually have a special guest on today. That's going to be Sharif from the UK. Welcome, Sharif.
Hello, thanks for having me, guys.
Woohoo, Sharif! Yeah.
Yeah, so pretty interested to see how this one turns out. We saw a gauntlet last week with Monarch, and we had a Shane get into the semifinals. I expect we're going to see a lot more Shane today. You see on your screen right now, it's going to be Shane versus Bolton, and this is actually tower number 9 on Shane. So off his usual Dorinthia and on to Shane. Dante and Sharif, why don't you give me your thoughts while I update these player names?
You want to go
Um,
first? You want me to go first?
I'll leave it to you. I'll leave it to the pro here.
Sure. So I think that Chain is very strong. I think that people have kind of seen that as the weeks have gone on. He's seems to be the deck that most people have gravitated towards for Blitz and even CC as well. I think that he's a little bit easier to build than maybe some of the other decks are. Um, Whereas with Bolton, I think it's a little bit tougher to build. It's interesting to see the axes and the refraction bolters on the Bolton side of things. Usually you see the Snapdragon scalers to give his attack actions go again. And I find that most of the successful Bolton builds that I've seen have used Raiden. So it'll be interesting to see how the axes perform. And I'm interested to see what the refraction bolters do for him here.
Yeah, Vestige of Soul as well. I think it could be super effective in Bolton, giving you that extra resource when you get a card into your soul that turn. By using the axes, we do get access to Spill Blood, so that is going to give him a large dominate turn to work with. Cards to look out for here via the Vanguard. Crazy. Sharif, have you had any testing with Bolton yourself? I know you're a big Dorinthia player prior to Monarch.
Um, so I was gonna say it's interesting that you guys picked up on the axis because at least in the UK, the main Bolton we've seen is a Saber with Courage Bolton,
Mm-hmm.
and here I'm noticing that he's playing Vestige. So even though I would have argued that Courage might be better just for the armor, Vestige is really interesting, right? Because you have to build a deck that makes sense where you can use Vestige, and it makes your pitching pattern be a bit weirder and less optimal, in my opinion. So I'm really curious how he built the deck. I will say I did try to build a Dorinthia with Axis. I thought that was a more interesting approach than Bolton with Axis. It did not work. Dante laughed me off the stage when I told him about that story.
Yeah.
Do I feel bad about it? No.
Has
I'm
Dante told you about my spicy Dorinthia deck? It has one axe and one saber and runs Iron Song Determination and Spill Blood.
Nice. How well did it run though?
It's so good. I haven't even been able to bring it out yet.
Yeah.
Format warping that one.
I'm sure. Hey, listen, man. When you get that deck together, you let me know. I would love to play against it. I think it sounds like a nice, easy game for me. But I mean, I could be wrong, right?
So Sharif, obviously we saw you play Dorinthia last week.
Mhm.
Have you been considering playing any Monarch heroes? Have you gotten any reps in? Like, what are you favoring at this moment in Blitz?
So I did try a few of the just Monarch Precon decks, and they're really well balanced to play against one another. A lot of fun to get a feel for the heroes. So I actually really enjoy playing Levia, but then Rhinar is still better, so I had to kind of give that up. I've tried Shane, and I think he is coming out to be the strongest Monarch Blitz hero currently, or at least a lot of people are pushing towards that. Tried my hand at Prism, really enjoyed her, but I don't think she is too competitive, even though there was one guy who brought out an Aura Prism against me, and he just whooped my ass. So maybe there is a build there. But yeah, I think a lot of the Monarch heroes are a lot of fun, but I'm still very biased towards Warrior, so I'll be trying to push Bolton moving forward.
Yeah, it seems like so we've tested Shane quite a bit as well. He seems very strong. The build at tower number 9 is running is actually going to be our testing build, I think. So with this Nebula Blade, carrying Husk, we said it kind of a bunch of times. I think it's probably the best Blitz card ever printed. Basically reads your opponent takes a turn off whenever you want. So we're big fans of that card. And then yeah, Dorinthia is interesting because I think Dorinthia has a lot of good matches into the new Blitz heroes, but may struggle against Shane because he's just able to string together these huge turns.
I
They're doing
think
a lot of shuffling. Jeez.
I do think playing against Shane forces Dorinthia to block, and as you guys know, as a Dorinthia player, I hate blocking. I like to tank with my face. Against
I know.
Shane,
Yep.
I don't have that luxury. Last week, you guys actually really caught one of my plays really well. I messed up the blocking, and you were saying that was because I didn't know the matchup well enough, and that was accurate. I thought I could push enough damage, and he had, I think, 3 cards banished, and that was a misplay. You really do need to learn how to block against Shane, and it does take some getting used to.
Yeah, it's really tough, especially when you get to kind of the later stages when he has 3 or 4 soul shackles
Oh,
out
yeah.
and the husk is still up. God forbid the husk is still up, and then he just breaks the husk and says, here's my momentum swing turn now, and he comes back with you with like an 8-card hand. It makes it pretty tough. So it's definitely gonna take some getting used to in terms of playing against for sure. But he's definitely very strong, and I think we've seen that pretty consistently.
Yeah.
But whether it's the last Gauntlet or just play testing or any armory events that we've been in, he features quite a bit. So.
My favorite example of Shane's power level is I was playing a Shane Mirror versus Dante. I was on 9, he was on 1. He had Karen Husk in his banish zone, so he's gonna die in his turn, and he conceded. And I was like, no, don't. And then he drew lethal, literally on 1 to 9. With Snapdragon Scalers, the amount of damage that Shane can put out in a turn is just, it can be crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. But I guess we'll see how much damage Tower's able to put out here. It looks like he's going to be going first, so he'll be able to get that early Soul Shackle and just kind of start building them up as the game goes along and slowly start to oppress his opponent with them. We'll see how the Bolton's able to fare.
Interesting.
I
No
think that
shackle. Look at that.
Yeah, that's weird, but I don't know. Maybe he has a. Nothing can give that go again, right? I'm not stupid.
No. It's
Razor?
a sword, razor
Potentially?
reflex. Yeah, but
Yeah.
Razor's for attack actions, though. Razor just buffs weapons.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you're
you're
right.
right,
Doesn't
you're
give
Let's
a.
go again. So, because the Razor was what I was thinking too, but yeah, I don't know. Oh. Maybe he did make a soul. Oh, I think the. Soul
oh
shackle
yeah,
that he
yeah,
put
yeah.
down
That
was his
that's
first soul
that's how
shackle.
Tower. That's
Got
how, I
you.
forget that that's how Tower plays. Is he actually puts the
Yeah,
token
yeah.
on? I'm so used to seeing like a counter of 1 on it. So yeah, so
Yeah,
makes a
yeah.
soul shackle, creates makes a rune chant after. Pretty standard here, just ramping up.
Yep.
Shane's output when he's on 1 soul shackle versus 4 is just so different.
Yeah, it's it'll be a pretty huge momentum swing when he starts hitting the higher number of soul shackles. At just 1, he's not necessarily
Oof.
all that powerful.
Ooh.
Double sharp.
But that is going to be a big, that's going to be a big attack from the Bolton here.
It's coming in for 8. So, yeah, blue
No
creature.
charge though, so Bolton's ability is not turned on, and he doesn't have a card in his soul to be able to give the axe go again. So the damage
think-
is pretty face up here, I'd say, unless he has some sort of attack reaction, or he's going to end up breaking the boots to swing again with the other axe.
I think when he blocked the
Husk.
first hit with the boots, it does make it look like he is considering just breaking the boots here.
Yeah, and Tower just goes husk. Like, I mean, that is just so good. Tower takes
Yeah,
2
so
damage,
classic.
and he gets. The Bolton player almost took a turn off there. I mean, essentially, right? Expended 2 premium cards, and Tower is now going to come in with a full grip and an arsenal. Banishes a Shadow of Ursa to put salt in that wound as well. Fantastic first banish.
Yeah, that's pretty great, especially if you have something that, something like a Bounding Demigon, for example, that gets a buff if you play from the banish zone. That can really turn on a lot of the cards in your hand that may not be as good as your hand as if they were banished. So it'll be super helpful for him here to be able to fuel his turn, I think. And it has go again if you do banish a blood deck card from hand, which makes it really good.
Yeah, for sure. I'm interested to see how this Bolton player is going to block versus, because I'm assuming we're going to get a decent amount of damage this turn. But Bolton seems like a hero that's going to, kind of wants to have quite a few cards in his hand, especially if he's going to output damage. Charge a soul, that's a whole other card to put in there. So interested to see how he blocks versus sort of go wide turn out of Tower here.
And starting with the Mavrine Skies too, which will help the whole go wide aspect here. He's going Mavrine Skies into Shadow Versa.
Shadow
So it
Versa.
looks like he's not going to be using the go again effect off Shadow Verser, he'll be getting it off the Mauvrian Skies instead. The Rune Chant's likely going to hit. I don't see anything that blocks Arcane. Oh, sorry, he has a
Hood, yeah.
Just kidding. But I don't know if I would pitch a card to block the Arcane here.
Yeah,
but I
it's a
definitely
good
think that
thing.
He's going to be blocking the Shadow for sure.
It's a good thing to talk about. Like when you're running, I know it's Dante when he plays Ira doesn't even play the Null Rune against sometimes because it's weird when you're presented with that one arcade damage versus Shane. You just have so little information. You don't know how wide he's going to go, how much more arcane damage you're going to be presented with. So it can be really inefficient to pitch an entire card to block an arcane damage. But by not doing that, you can be punished by cards like Rip Through Reality, Pierce the Shadow Vise, Meet and Greet, probably being like one of the worst ones. It's hard. It's actually really hard to block against Shane. Kind of reminds me of the idea.
Yeah,
No, I completely agree. I think my reasoning for Shane in this case is to pitch. If I'm gonna pitch, don't pitch just for that arcane damage. Just if you're gonna pitch a blue or a yellow, and have that one further block if he does choose to come with another arcane damage.
It looks like the sword did hit here, so he will be coming in with another Rune Chant for
E-Strike.
Arcane. But looks like it's going to be the widest turn of all time. I'm not sure if he's going to be arsenaling that last card or swinging with it again. It depends on if he chose go again or the.
I think
the
it's
+2 for each
yeah.
turn.
I think it's 7 here, and so we're looking at 1, 2, so we have 3, we have 7. So we have 15 damage turn off of a single Soul Shackle. No boots.
Yeah, it's
pretty
pretty
good.
nuts.
Yeah, pretty good.
But that's just the chain special, you know. Just wait till he has 4 Soul Shackles. Just be seeing like 20 damage turns. So
Yeah.
it just keeps ramping up, and the longer the game goes on, I find the harder it is to keep up. So sometimes the strategy is just put on as much pressure as you can in the early stages of the game. The other strategy that I found is that I've found is effective against Chain is waiting until he has a few Soul Shackles and you've been able to chip him down a little bit, and then going in with a big hand, taking some damage to come in with a 5-card hand basically, to be able to fully strip his hand of all the cards because he has to block it all, and then he banishes a whole bunch of blood debt that he can't play out, and it makes it really tough for him to come back into the game after that, especially after taking a turn off with 4 cards banished. You're banishing 4 more cards the next turn. Now you have 8 blood debt that you have to clear, but it's not always super easy to clear, especially if you don't have Mauvrian Skies or anything else to give it go again.
Oof, that's a big deck knock we got there. But yeah, I mean, interesting point too, because like in that equation as well, you have to clear the husk before you come with that 5-card hand usually, which can be really tough because like you're talking about a game, like your game plan is essentially is like you have to chip him down, make him use the husk before you're actually putting in your big pivot turn, your big 5-card hand turn where you're going to try to turn the game around. And yeah, I mean, sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought because Tower knocked over his deck. I'm just like, what is going on on my screen?
The Bolton's opening with the Take Flight here, so that'll not only turn on Bolton's ability to give everything +1 if it's defended by an attack action, which a lot of the cards in the chain deck are. It'll also be able to it has go again automatically just because he's charged, so he'll be able to swing with the axes as well, or even use the card that's in his arsenal right now.
Such an essential card in the Bolton deck, really. It's almost like the start of all their attacks when they have a nice turn.
Oh yeah, you have to run all of every take flight possible, basically. All the blues, all the yellows, all the reds, for sure. It's a super staple card.
Yeah, so 1 card soul here, so able to give this Hatchet go again if he wants. Tower, I wonder if we'll opt to not block here. He does have the Skull Cap available as well as the Grasp, so doesn't look like he's in too much trouble.
No, if I'm Tower here, I'm not feeling too bad about this, to be honest with you. I just came in for so much damage on my last turn. I'm ready to, take damage from, I think it's 2 damage from the first axe, if I'm not mistaken. As if you don't block it, he doesn't get the +1, so he can't really give it the go again unless he breaks those Refraction Bolters, which I guess maybe if you're running the Axe build, the Refraction Bolters are the way to go for that reason, just to keep pressure up late game. But I don't know, I still feel like I'd prefer the Snapdragon Scalers just because so many of the cards in the deck are attack actions.
For sure. Can't really see Towers banish here, but I do see Whisper the Oracle. What's on top does look to be a Shadow Runeblade card. It is a Seeds of Agony red. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's one of the best cards you can banish for sure.
Yeah, kind of how you want to start usually. Ooh, here we go.
Ooh, and the Art of War, yep. These are pretty much the most devastating turns when you're playing against the Runeblade deck, is when the Art of War comes out and he's able to banish. I think that's a red Riftbind, I can't really see, but it looks to be a red Riftbind, which, you know, once you're playing that from banish, you have a Seize that you've played already, so it's getting a buff.
Ooh.
Oh, a double Art of War, okay. Jeez.
What mode is he
He's
choosing
for
though?
the, yeah, I think one is probably go again and the other one's +1. But he gets to banish a red Ghostly Visit, I think, from his hand there. So, I mean, his banish is fueled. He has a 4-card hand after all that, and his next attack probably has go again and +1. Or all his attacks this turn probably get +1 damage, and the next one I'm guessing has go again. So, I think this is going to be a pretty nasty turn for him. Yeah, it looks like we're starting with a Ghostly Visit for what I'm guessing is 5 damage.
Could be 6. Again. I think there's an argument to do 6, but yeah, since we don't see the Soul Shackle, you are correct.
Yeah, Soul Shackle. Yeah.
And this is an arcade damage as well off the Seeds.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's very true. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage to block. I think that he is very likely getting all the cards out of the Bolton's hand this turn, and then he's going to be able to swing back with a 4-card hand and 3 cards banished off the top from his Soul Shackles after this one. So it'll be pretty nuts, but I'm interested to see what he plays out. I didn't quite catch what color that Riftbind was. I'm thinking it was a red, though, so we'll see if he has a whole bunch of non-attack actions in his hand as well to make that Riftbind deal even more damage. But it looks like, yeah, we're blocking, the Bolton player's blocking for 3 here, so he'll end up taking 2. And we'll see what else Tower number 9 has in his bag of tricks.
Yep, certainly presenting lethal on this turn. Go ahead, Sharif.
No, I was just gonna say this is giving me PTSD as like playing against Kano, and they hit their tomes on top. It's really impressive to see actually how Shane is developing with so much card advantage, right? Because when we all saw Shane, the first thing we thought was card advantage, but Art of War really turned out to be like an MVP card in Shane. And you were mentioning that you've tested this list with Tower. How many generics are you running in this list? Do you know?
Yeah, so there's the Whisper of the Oracle, which is like, I think there's the Whisper of the Oracle, the Art of War. Other than that, Dante, you know the list as well. I don't think there's any more generics. I mean, there's the E-Strike, there's the Command and Conquer. So yeah, there's Command and Conquer for Shadow Puppetry, Command and Conquer, which is like a gross thing that Shane can do. 7 go again. And then there's not a lot of blue Blood Debt cards. Like, we just have a lot of kind of blue Runeblade cards, like Arcanite Crackle and stuff like this. So that the Blood Debt zone doesn't get filled up with stuff we don't want to end up clearing.
It just makes you wonder what
the blue Blood Debt cards.
Yeah. It does make you wonder what becomes a good matchup against Shane, because I'm like thinking, if I'm Bolton here, how do I win this game right now? And I'm struggling to see a line with so much power coming. And Command and Conquer there for 7.
Yeah, to kind of illustrate where the power of the deck has landed for me is that we ended up just running this into Ira, because theoretically Ira would be a very hard matchup, Flick Flack, right? It was beating Ira. So not every time, but it like as a go wide strategy, it was able to actually have legs against Ira, which kind of, I think, points to its extreme power level in Blitz.
How many cards does the Bolton have left in his hand after
0.
that? 1? 0. Oh,
I believe it's 0. I think he fully blocked there. I mean, surely he did, because he lost his arsenal as well. I mean, and
yeah, I think I would have put the Vestige of Soul in front of that, to be honest with you. Although I guess it probably doesn't matter too much at this point. But I think that fully blocking the CNC and keeping that Lumina Ascension, just in case, I think that would have been really good. He does still have a card in
He
his
did
hand,
keep
so
one card, yeah.
Oh, he's got the
yeah.
one. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if that's not an Arsenal pass, I mean, it's not going to do much as swing with a hatchet there. I know Tower does also run the blue vexing malices, so that could be significant in closing out this game. Looks like he's
Not
only
the
got to
cards you
banish
want
the
to see at
tome.
the top. He did get a Tome of Torment though, so if he has something, he can give the Tome of Torment go again with the Soul Shackle.
Yep.
But if he has something like Mauvrian Skies in his hand, then his turn can be very live. And then it's important to keep in mind that he still has his Snapdragon Scalers up as well, so he'll be able to use those if need be to have a really wide turn and hopefully be able to kill his opponent here. With his opponent at 2 life, I think that it might not be as hard as you think. A lot of the chain cards come in for odd numbers to block, like 4, for example. And as far as I can tell, aside from the Vestige of Soul, the Bolton player doesn't have much in the way of armor at this point. So he's got 1 block from armor, and then only the cards in his hand.
Yeah, we'll have to commit a card to this arcane damage as well, which makes it very hard.
Yeah, even Nebula Blade by itself right now is obviously really powerful with the potential arcane damage it generates. Kind of forces you when you're at 2 life points, because I think this is where Bolton really struggles compared to Dorinthia. As Dorinthia can really make a huge push with just 2 cards in hands. I feel like Bolton can't do that much pressure with just 2 cards, and that might be really why it's a bit on the weaker side currently.
Yeah, just 1 card in Souls. Wow. Pitching for so this is pretty devastating. He pitches a red for the shunt. That means he's gonna have to pitch again for the arcane damage, and he only has 3 cards in hand. This could be a Snapdragon kill turn. Yeah.
Yeah, the arcane's not hitting off the sword, but it will head off this meet and greet. And if you don't want to be giving this meet and greet go again, then you're gonna have to pitch to block the arcane here.
Yeah, and I think Tower's gonna Snapdragon this meet and greet as well.
Yeah, exactly. And that'll pretty much be all the cards out of his opponent's hand. So
maybe it depends on Tower in his arsenal, but I assume that this is a Snapdragon on meet and greet here.
Yeah, I would assume so as well. I mean, we'll see.
Really powerful showing from Shane game 1, really.
Yeah, I mean,
I am
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, I watched a bit of the Dice Jar tournament, and a couple Shanes were showing up there as well. Apparently, the deck is also performing Classic Constructed, just on the same game plan too. Not obviously, I think there's a Shane deck out there to be created that's like Dimensional Crossroads, Control, just like a value deck. But this aggro / mid range chain deck, it's just been kind of tearing up these early days of Monarch.
Definitely. No, in CC in the UK, like right now, our last UK tournament, the chain deck was the winner. It's just the amount of card advantage, and you can be a lot more liberal with your life points at that stage. It's really hard to deal with. I think, or did actually the Shane deck lose to a Rhinar in the finals? I was going to say, I think the only deck that really competes with it nowadays is Rhinar.
Yep. And we do see that Snapdragon on the meet and greet, by the way. He does commit a card to blocking the Seas of Agony.
His opponent only has 1 card left.
1 card in hand. So. Pitches the Command and Conquer, slams the Ghostly Visit for 4.
Yep, at least 1 damage is coming in here.
Okay, yeah, go to 1 and died of so many things.
Yeah, there is. There are a lot of things that'll kill you. So we'll see. I'm sure that Davis is probably pretty sad that he wasn't able to play that Command and Conquer out, because that would have sealed the deal. But I'm sure that whatever comes to the next hand will be just as devastating. He will take 2 from Blood Dead here, though. 1 from the Tome and 1 from the Carrion Husk. So I don't know if he's not able to do all the damage. Maybe his opponent can kill him with Blood Dead. He's on a 7-turn timer with the Husk there.
I would be surprised, but theoretically,
I would doubt it very highly. Yes.
This that 1 Vexing Malice is all we need. That card, great card at blue, by the way. Great resource card that can close out a game like this. And we see our Shadow Puppetry banish, our Bounding Demigon, Pierce the Shadow of Eyes. Okay, some pretty solid banishes there, to say the least.
Yeah. The only one that doesn't hit is Shadow Puppetry. Everything else is live.
So Unhallowed Rites as well. So interested to see
Yeah,
if
the Bounding Demigon was red, correct?
It was red, correct. So we looked at like we saw 8 damage there. Yeah, we saw 8 damage at least in this hand, right? So we're gonna be at least taking all of the cards out of the Bolton's hand. If we add one arcane damage onto that, he's dead, I believe.
Yep. Yeah, it'll be really tough. Now we'll see how wide he's able to go, because at this point he's only able to make, so I don't know if the other Mauvrian Skies got banished or not, but he may only have one Mauvrian Skies left in the deck. I don't know if he's running anything else that gives attacks go again, because both Art of Wars were used on the same turn. So he might only be able to get 2 attacks in per turn, which his opponent may be able to block out. But if he is able to play, a whole bunch of seeds, for example, then it'll end up being lethal for sure.
Yeah, I mean, one seeds would be lethal here because the Unhallowed Rites would be for 4, and then the Bounding Demigon would be 4. The arcane damage kills them. I assume the hesitation is on Tower not having a non-attack action in hand. Another option is to kind of clear his blood is that Tome of Torment, but you would have to Shane. You could only come in for 4. I just don't know what's in Tower's hand right here. And obviously he has a lot of blood debt. He's got 4 right now. He's got 3 in there that he can clear. So interested to see what line he takes here.
I think if you have the resources, another option is just to use Grasp of the Grasp of the Arcanite.
I forgot about the Grasp.
Forgot about that. That lethal just sitting on the board permanently.
The Grasp will do it. The issue is that to play the Vexing, or is it Vexing Malice?
The Bounding
Vexing Malice and the Bounding Demigon, you need a non-attack
action. Yeah.
So
there we go.
Yeah,
so
it looks like the non-attack action is going to be Tome in this case, and then we'll see what he ends up drawing. Maybe he was hoping for that other Mauvrian Skies to be able to play out the full hand here.
Yeah, may only get 3 cards in this scenario, which still should be strong enough to win on the next turn. But I mean, we saw some of that pitch. It was like Command and Conquer and we still have the blue Rift Binds in there. So I just don't know how many cards are in his deck right now. So how close he is to kind of circling back around to that pitch.
Yeah, it looks like his deck and his graveyard are about equal. I would say probably 15 in each, plus the cards in his banish will make up the remainder of his deck. So my guess would be 15 in each. And at least 1/3 of that is going to be banished on the next turn with those 5 Soul Shackles. So if he's not able to do it here, I assume that the cards will come for him to be able to do it on the next turn.
I think the worry becomes slightly about blood debt, though, because I think, was his blood debt at 5 right now?
I think it was at 4, yeah. 4 with Husk. So Pierce the Shadow of Eyes. Okay. So he's saying commit a card, you must commit 3 cards at least, right? And he gets the expensive one out of his blood debt. So that's going to leave Bounding Demigon a 0 cost, and then Unhallowed Rites. I'm assuming, yeah. So he's going to leave those in there, probably take 3, put a card in Arsenal, and then come back, get a non-attack action, and then 1 arcane damage, like we said, will be lethal on the following turn. And Bolton's best... Well, Bolton's best here is going to be... I guess he would just pressure the life total. Would be swing, pitch, swing, and then bolters and swing again. May have to. Yeah, it may have to present lethal in one way or another. Or Tower is surely going to kill him on this backswing.
The first card Tower pitched as well was a Blue Seeds of Agony, so we'll probably see him either draw into that or banish that on this next turn. I think he'll be banishing it if the deck count is correct. So he should have that 1 arcane damage that he needs and the non-attack action to be able to play out the Bounding Demigon and the Vexing Malice that are in his banish right now.
Okay.
The shunt means that
Bolton keeps 2 cards here. This is big, by the way. This is Tower's actually in a much harder spot with Bolton on 2 cards. So that shunt actually came in clutch.
Yeah, we'll see what Bolton's able to do here with the 2-card hand. If he's... I'm trying to think what...
Tower's armor, though. I wasn't even thinking about his grasp. And yeah.
I was trying to think about, what cards Bolton had, could have that would be super threatening. But I think with the armor up and a full hand, 1 in Arsenal, and stuff that he can already play in his blood debt, I don't think he's feeling too threatened here, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because most of your attack actions that you can start Bolton's turn wouldn't be able to get go again. And that's really the struggle. Interestingly, if you had Gallantry Gold, you would have an option to get go again with that one soul card.
Oh yeah.
So, pitching
Yeah,
Express Lightning.
I think if you're running double
Okay.
weapons, I feel like Gallantry Gold might be the way to go, just because off one blue in hand, you can pitch the blue, pay for the Gallantry Gold, and then swing each of your weapons, and they both get a +1 buff on them, whether you're running
Mhm.
swords or axes. I think Gallantry Gold is the way to go if you're running the one-handed weapons. I think Brave Forge is probably better for if you're playing something like Raiden, for example. And that'll be if you play like a Lumina Ascension.
So
You
tower just
spend a
puts
resource
grasp in
buff.
front of this. Okay, yeah, yeah. You just put I mean, I guess it can over, but like there's no potential pump or anything like that. It's just the Snapdragon he's worried about.
Or the Refraction Bolters?
Yeah, sorry. Refraction bolters. Yeah, arsenal. Okay, so tower doesn't have to block with anything from hand, and there we go. And we will see this
Bolton's
banish.
ability's not turned on or anything. And then he banishes
Yeah, just trying to
We'll
see.
see.
Bounding.
another Bounding
Bounding.
Missed the
Demigon.
vexing and
Rift.
oof. Arcanite Crackle.
Oh, yeah.
Is tower.
No seeds. Seeds is going to be in the next one.
Oh, double vexing malice too. Which
Yeah,
we didn't see
that's a lot
pitch,
of
so
blood
that was
bet.
just the bottom of his deck. So
Yeah,
I guess
that
we
was just
haven't
the
come.
bottom of his
Mhm.
deck. Yeah,
Okay,
Seeds is
yep.
coming up next. Oh,
There
there
we
we
go.
go.
It's over.
Okay, well, that'll do it.
I mean, maybe.
GG.
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't know how you survive this, especially with 2 red Bounding Demigon. You basically just play Shadow Puppetry.
Oh, that's a
okay.
that's a
Oh,
card.
Yeah, we're just
Yeah.
going for ultra lethal. Okay, cool.
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
one thing to know is yeah, okay, that one too. When you play he banishes the seeds and gets a resource. When you play the games when you play Soul Reaping versus the games when you banish Soul Reaping feel miles different. That card is so good.
Soul Reaping is an incredible card. The games where you banish the Shadow Puppetries feel pretty bad too. But as you can see, he's getting that nice combo out here. This is going to require 3 cards from the Bolton player, and then 1, I guess, Bounding Demigon from your banish, which comes in for 4, can just seal the deal for the rest. He also has
Yeah.
the seeds he just banished. He can probably make another Runechant token with the Grasp. I don't see any possible way out for the Bolton. And I'm pretty sure that Power number 9 is going to end up taking this one.
It's
run it
super
away with
lethal.
it.
Oh, we have a sink below. Okay,
Oh,
so
a
that
sink
changes the
below,
math
okay.
slightly.
Yeah.
I still think we get over. So that is going to be 7.
Well,
We just need
yeah, you
one
got to
arcane
think
game.
that. Yeah, he can still make another Soul Shackle too to get whatever the next thing is go again, and he has
Forgot
2
about that,
red
yeah.
Bounding Demigon.
No, it's
so
you're right. It's
it's
locked.
going to be make a Soul Shackle, play a Bounding, or
And
sorry,
there's the
play
seeds, yeah. It's super
add
locked.
insult to injury, and then play the Bounding.
It is super locked.
And then that's really all it's gonna take. I assume he'll make a Soul Shackle first here. I don't see why you wouldn't. Yeah. And then you just play the Bounding Demigon from your banish. Comes in for 4, +1 arcane,
And then
which
yep.
will.
Well, it's just the
kill
unhallowed.
or- yeah,
It
or-
doesn't matter because whatever he comes up
Yeah.
with after is just lethal.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna put that on the bottom of his deck just in case his opponent can block it. I like that.
Well, I think
So-
Tower just plays tight no matter what.
Yeah.
It was a bit overkill though, because Dyson in chat, representing the UK community, does point out that Soul Reaping already had go again, so you didn't even need to play the puppetry on Soul Reaping. You could have saved it and then dished out another go again and gone a slightly wider.
The soul,
There's a
yeah.
card
Yeah.
with soul. Yeah, true. Forgot
That's-
about the soul part of Soul Reaping.
Yeah, that's
So this isn't even like maximum damage output right now, which makes it slightly worse in my opinion.
Yeah.
So pitching
Pitch
2.
that, you can
Yeah.
only block 1, you take 1 damage, and then you shake
You're
his
dead.
hand, you
Game.
say good game, and then that's it. That's all she wrote.
All right, the power
Shane
Shane.
comes out on top.
Yeah, it looked a bit sketchy there for a bit. He needed that non-attack action, but then of course the
Mhm.
soul reaping as well. That's kind of that's a big card to have. But yeah, interesting to see these 2 new heroes play. I totally agree with you, by the way, Sharif, on Shane feeling like Kano. He feels like Kano to play against as well. It just doesn't feel super interactive sometimes, and he's just kind of playing his own game. I had someone else say that to me as well, that they were like that it felt like that, and you were like the second person. I totally agree with it, which is funny. But yeah, super powerful deck. This hero is, I think he's going to be an up and comer for Blitz. We're going to see a lot of Shade in Skirmish Season 2. I'll be interested to see kind of what counter picks in the meta, come out. Whether it's people just doubling down on Ira, or we see a lot of Shane Mirrors, who knows? Or obviously many undiscovered decks to come.
So that was going to actually be my question, is how do you think the Shane mirror plays out? Because you guys have obviously done a lot more Shane testing than me. So what do you want to do for that mirror to kind of win?
So, yeah, I mean, Dante, you probably share the same sentiment as me.
I've never played the mirror.
You played the mirror? What, we played the mirror? What are you talking about?
What?
Yeah, that was when
When?
you tried to concede. You drew lethal, bro. You
And
remember?
sealed? Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
way back in the day though.
But no, like the way it kind of goes down is so the deck, it depends how you build the Shane deck. The way we build it, it's slightly high variance. You saw a lot of generics like Command and Conquer, Enlightened Strike, these Artivores. There's and Soul Reaping, of course. So the mirror feels pretty bad in terms of gameplay skill, evaluation. It doesn't feel very fun. Because if one Shane is kind of just banishing all gas, and you're banishing like all your Artivores, your Shadow Puppetries, and your CNCs, they kind of win. And there's really no way to outplay that. But that is also that's part of the way the deck is built. It's built for that variance, and that's why it has such explosive turns. Like it has a Shadow Puppetry CNC. It plays Soul Reaping sometimes. So I personally do not like the mirror. It feels kind of like a toss up, but it's early days, right? The deck has a lot of tuning to do. For sure.
No, looking forward to what Shane can bring, definitely.
All right, so that was a pretty long one for us, so we're going to take a quick break and then head into round 2. Just want to shout out Deck Edge for supporting us. He's putting up a box for the winner and raffles off a box to one participant as well. Been with us since week 1. He has a Patreon if you're able to get into it. Can't recommend it enough. It's super affordable whether you're looking to collect or you're looking to play. But yeah, definitely message him and tell him you came from FAB Discord. See if we can get you a spot. But with that, quick break and we'll head into round 2. Be right back.
You guys in a bit?
right, welcome back to round 2 of FAB Gauntlet Week 9. I'm joined by Dante Delfico and our special guest from the UK. That's going to be Sharif. Welcome, Sharif.
Again?
So, interesting matchup here. We got Kano. Representing Canada, we got Guy. And then we got
That's my boy. Let's go.
representing the entire APAC region. None other than Jason Thompson-Sheck.
That's my other boy. Let's go.
Yeah, familiar face around here. And on Bolton, switched off his pocket Dorinthia. So, what are your thoughts, Dante, going into this?
I see a Raiden, and I am excited. I think Raiden is the way to go when you're playing Bolton. So, the sword is just so good. You'll see. You'll understand. Now, I don't know how it pairs into Kano, to be honest with you.
Probably tough.
A lot of the Bolton lists I've seen run a very heavy amount of yellows, basically. They usually run very few, if any, blues. I think the only blue in the deck is like Take Flight, maybe an energy potion or something like that. And I think that can be seen based on his the gear that he has. You'll see the Halo of Illumination for the Spell Void 2, and then he only has Null Rune 2 because he's really only going to be able to block 2 Arcane because the majority of his cards are yellow. So we'll have to see how much aggression he's able to put up here. But I think this will probably be a pretty new matchup for him. I don't think that, he's seen a lot of Kanos because I don't think we've seen a lot of Boltons, to be honest with you. It's all very fresh and new, so we'll see how it goes.
Yep.
I agree. I think Raiden is definitely the right choice, especially against Kano, just because it adds so much pressure for so low cost. It'll be interesting to see how.
Wow,
that is some interesting cards.
that is. He's just letting it all hang out. It's a banish a razor reflex, pitch a snatch. The Kano's going second. Wow. He could get slapped. And then we're gonna come in with Raiden here. It's for free. So that's
Raiden
gonna
costs
be good.
nothing, and because he's charged, it gets that +3. So he's gonna have to block with another card. Fork Lightning.
Yeah, Guy has a red hand as well, I believe. So not able to punish the Bolton player for kind of putting it all on the table here. But we are going to Kano. Let's see if we get off the top.
Nothing good.
Oh man, when I saw Snatch and Razor Reflex, I was like, whew, we were in for a tough one.
You're about to get blasted, brother. But apparently not, because he's just leaving that right on top. Wasn't good enough. So he's going to draw into it, and then
but now
other random cards, and then we'll see what he's able to do on his turn.
Yeah, but now it's Guy's turn, so. Oof. By the way, Jason repping that new Sushi Night mat. Very, very nice.
Yeah, that is a very nice mat.
They come out with some really good stuff over there. I don't know if the guy who owns Sushi Night is in the chat, but if he's here and he has access to that Fiendal's mat, I want that. I'm literally on the hunt. I'm asking everyone. Oof, Reverberate red for 4. This is going to be tough. Because I doubt this takes... I don't know. If he has one blue in hand, it still hits, right? And then he gets to play the next wizard.
Well, he's only on Null Rune 2.
He only has Null Rune 2,
yeah,
his
right.
entire deck is yellow, right? So it's going to be really tough to
commit the Spell Void. Nope, just takes 4.
Nope, he just takes the 4.
Yep, and there's a Blazing Ether. Whew.
4 more.
All right, and he gets the Arsenal.
With Bolton. Yeah, I think with Bolton, it's really important to be able to just tank with your face, basically, because you really need all the cards in your hand to be able to come in hot. And if you're going to come in hot, that's the card to do it with. Via the Vanguard is unreal.
Yeah.
He's charging another Razor, so no red Razors at least left in the deck.
Pitched a red, too. I mean, Guy might just kill him here. Like, this is, he pitched a red, he's got the V. He gets no bonus off of it because it's not a light card, right?
That is correct. Is that how? I don't know. I haven't seen too much via the Vanguard. I haven't read the text too much, but yeah, he might not actually be getting the bonus off it.
Yeah, so VS, if you charge a light card, your attack get +1. So.
I see.
Or maybe it's not a light card because he just banished to give it go again. I'm looking.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you, but it looks like he's coming in with Snatch after. That's going to be another awkward block because it's coming in for 4. He's already committed to blocking, so I'd imagine he's going to continue to do so. And we'll see if he allows Jason to draw the card. Jason could also very easily just Snapdragons here, give the Snatch go again, and be able to come in with something else. So we'll see.
Gee opting to block. Looks like he has a heavy red and yellow hand. Courageous steel hand.
Courageous steel hand, and he gives the Snatch go again.
So draw trigger on that as well.
Yep. You drop that, now you can swing Raiden for free. But unfortunately, you can't give Raiden go again here because you don't have any cards left in your soul, but it'll at least give him an arsenal to be able to work with.
Sharif, did you check on that via the Vanguard, by the way?
I did. It should have been a light card, so that turn couldn't have been played like that.
Yeah, and that happens sometimes. I mean,
it does. New cards, you go through the motions and you're like, charge my soul, and you just see the go again in the buff. But yeah, in the case of V, it has to be a light card, which, looking back at the hand and what he played, I don't think there was a light card, so I'm not sure if you could have played the turn differently. Maybe actually use the Razor rather than charge with it.
Yeah, he had the
Courageous steel hand.
The Courageous steel hand, yeah.
Oh,
that
right.
was still in his hand, so he could have charged that. Would have been no, because he would have had to pitch for the Snatch. Although he could have just given it go and gone with the boots.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna see a Razor there. Sorry, not a Razor, a Snapdragon Scalers.
Yeah.
But
keep in mind he can give the Raiden go again by banishing the card from his soul, because Raiden does have +3 right now, and Bolton's effects turned on because he's charged, and he still has 2 resource floating, so it could be additional damage coming through after that.
Alright, he's gonna opt to block with the Chain Lightning. Ooh, Valiant Thrust.
Valiant Thrust.
That's a tough one.
For 7 damage, yeah.
Yep, so that is presenting lethal. I'm assuming Gee's going to block this one out, since he's already committed the card.
Yeah, I would assume so too. But you're kind of seeing the power of Bolton here. These turns can be very wide and just deal a lot of damage to you.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with something like Bolting Blade and via the Vanguard on the same turn. Those are pretty devastating for your opponent.
Oh wow,
Tome in Arsenal is the most depressing card when you're playing Warrior, in my opinion. That heal is so important.
Yeah. You hate to see it, and now he has a turn 2 where he can start pitching to Kano and seeing if he can get anything.
There we go.
And then even more draws.
Tome and a Tome isn't bad. Yeah, I mean, Gee's also got this E-Pod on the field. I mean, if we look at kind of this entire game, I know it's been 2 turns, but Gee has had very, very red and yellow heavy hands leading up to this. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
You love to see it. All right, well, now we got the big boy hand here.
Okay. Refuel.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. There are going to be a lot of cards in that pitch by the time we're done with this turn. A blue Scalding Rain, not exactly what you want to be seeing, but at least it's something.
You still have your E-Pod, though? That's still there to help?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, likely going to see another Kano here. Oh, nope. We're going to see the... Okay, Scalding Rain for... This is for 2, right?
Yeah, I think Scalding Rain comes in.
Yeah, it's just for 1.
So
it's a 0.
Yeah.
All right, Jason goes down to 9.
Oh, it comes in for 2, actually. Okay, interesting.
So it's for 3.
Yeah, so Scalding Rain deals
for
2 arcane damage,
yep.
And then the Crucible buffs it, so...
Got it, so Jason down to 9. We got a Kano. Ooh, is that a Voltic blue?
It's a blue Voltic
blue Voltic.
Again, you got to remember that he only has 2 Null Rune on his side, so...
Yeah, and Gee's got this E-Pod on the field, which is really just... That's what scares me. It's going into Jason's turn, having the energy potion available.
Card in Arsenal.
Yep, card in Arsenal. Gee's also back on 6 life.
Yeah, still 6 life to work with as well, which is not an insignificant number, and you'll definitely need to be playing some cards out in order to, playing some cards out of hand to be able to kill him. And the fewer cards that you have in your hand, the easier it is for Kano to just come in and crush you.
And you still have your lens. Like, going into this turn, I would put my money on Kano. Which is
think so, too.
terrifying, right? Because Kano was, like, down until we saw that Tome of Final.
We haven't seen any stirs or anything like that either. A stir into like a red Voltic Bolt, for example, would be pretty devastating. He still has his Metacarpus notes up. Boots are still up. Everything's up. So
Ooh, there's a
looks
stir.
like he's going to be blocking with the stir. I'm guessing that he probably had it in his hand and arsenaled it last turn, so he doesn't need another one in hand.
Oh, Beacon of Victory.
Yeah, Beacon of Victory to give it the +1, and it'll allow him to draw a card, I believe, or search out a card.
Yeah, to search for the. I think it's the resource value of what you banish, which is 1.
Okay. I'm assuming Guy doesn't know either because Jason's probably reading the card to him now. But yeah, it looks like Guy's just going to go for it at this point before he gets the other card into his hand. Guy just has to keep in mind that he can block at least 4 damage here by pitching and breaking the Halo. So as long as he's aware of that, he can kind of calculate what lethal is going to end up looking like for him.
Alright, so off the Talismanic Lens here, I'm going to be opting for 2. He's just considering how to resolve that opt. So you're assuming that he has the stir in arsenal or in hand right now?
I would guess that he has in his arsenal. He didn't pitch to do anything last turn. Not that he needed to. It wouldn't have really done much for him. But I'm thinking, just knowing him as a player, if he's going to be blocking with one of the stirs, I'm assuming that he has another one for backup, probably in his hand or his arsenal. That'd be my guess anyway. I could be completely wrong. It's happened before, so we'll see. But I think right now he's just calculating based on the 4 damage.
Ooh,
that
double bottom. Okay.
Yeah, not good.
Is he gonna have to just go off the top here? What is he searching with Beacon of Victory, by the way, for 1?
You could search for. I'll be honest here. I'm not 100% sure what the text on Beacon of Victory is. Is it just like light cards or warrior cards specifically?
I think Database Sharif will be able to help with that.
I have Beacon of Victory right here. Let me just find the card and read it out loud. Beacon of Victory. As an additional cost to play Beacon of Victory, banish X cards from your hero's soul. X can't be 0. Target attack gains +X. And if you've charged this turn, search your deck for an action card with cost X or less. Reveal it, put it into your hand.
Okay.
So
I'm guessing a take flight probably.
Is that a? I think he grabbed a blue Bolt of Courage.
Oh yeah,
It
would actually
could
make
be
more
red.
sense to grab Bolt of Courage, just because you can play it out for free. You don't need to pitch to play the take flight or anything like that, and you can charge again with the Bolt of Courage if you want to. It still has that on hit effect. We'll see if Jason ends up playing it here. I'm assuming that he will.
Ooh, Battlefield Blitz.
Battlefield Blitz.
Ooh, very good.
So he's gonna have go again, since he charged his soul.
The red is 5 with go again, I believe.
I believe so.
Yeah, this is a very wide turn for him. He's only got 3 cards left in his hand as well, so he's got to factor in that Raiden too. He could just be coming in with the Raiden after this. Either that or playing out that Bolt of Courage that he added to his hand.
And there's also the fact that now Guy knows that that Bolt of Courage was a Bolt of Courage blue, right? So that has to go into your mouth when you're calculating lethal.
Yeah, I believe it was blue. Sometimes the colors are a bit funky when it's not in the combat chain.
Red. Yeah, maybe it was funky then. I'm not sure. I have no clue what color it was.
I could totally be wrong. It did look like it was blue.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna break the Halo. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Considering breaking the Halo, putting the blue in his soul, and drawing a card.
Yep.
Yep. Getting an arsenal off of this.
because he still has one floating, he'll be able to put that into a soul, draw a card. He can swing with Raiden, give Raiden go again, and then play whatever card he draws because the majority of the cards in the deck cost 1. And that looks like exactly what he should be doing.
Yeah, he has go again.
Why does he have go again?
Because Battlefield Blitz.
Yeah. So what I mean is he can give Raiden go again by
got it.
that he just put into his soul, because he's still technically charged this turn. But I'll give the Raiden go again with a glint instead.
E-Pod.
And then play an E-Pod. Okay.
Not bad. I mean, this is coming down to the wire here. I mean, Gee still having that energy potion, so still has his out. But yeah, obviously that didn't go in his favor with the talismanic lens ops bottom 2.
Yeah, this is ended up being way closer than I thought it would be. I thought he was gonna just blow him out with the Null Rune 2 here, but I mean we'll see. And via the Vanguard on the draw, so already pretty scary. Hopefully he has light cards to banish this time, although they may not be aware of that ruling, to be honest with you.
No, we got it this time.
It's fine. It is a light card.
There you go. This one's coming in for 4. Can be given go again.
Yeah.
And there's still 2 cards in hand to be able to swing with as well, and a resource floating because he broke the energy potion to be able to do that. So
yeah, I think Gee kills him on this turn, right?
I would assume so.
Surely, I mean the Vanguard, so it's going to be very hard to block at 5 health. But obviously, it depends what he got off the top there. We saw a lot of reds thin from his deck through blocking and pitching in the early game.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's waiting for a specific card, but it shouldn't be too difficult to be able to kill Jason here just because of that Null Rune 2. But it looks like he's taking the 4, going to 1. And now Raiden's coming in for 4, which, again, doesn't cost anything, and that is a difficult attack to block.
It's tough because Gee essentially gets no information off the Raiden. There we go. There's the
stir from the arsenal. What'd I tell you, boys? I know my boy. I know Gee.
Metacarp. Okay, so I guess. Okay. And there's our Aether Spindle.
Aether Spindle. Yes.
So 4, 5, 6, 9. It's done. Yep.
Yeah, enough. When you only have Null Rune 2, it's for sure enough. So yeah, that was really well played by both players. A much closer game than I thought, especially considering there's only Null Rune 2 on the Bolton side. But yeah, that was really cool. I think that the Bolton deck that Jason's running right now is definitely the Bolton deck that I've seen be more successful. Yeah. I think it really struggles against Kano just because there is only that Null Rune 2. But I think that if you're looking to run a Bolton deck and you're trying to get some tips on what's good and what's not good, you rewatch this match and you net deck exactly what Jason's been doing, and you play that deck because that deck is strong.
Yeah. I mean, go ahead, Sharif.
I was just going to say, even though Kano kind of looked like he was on top all this time, let's not forget that Kano did have that Toma Findall into tome turn that really like replenished his hand and kind of gave him the advantage. But until then, Bolton had been like really strong with his go wide turns.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
We all pretend like that's normal.
Block with all cards from hand, and then, I mean, tome into tome is going to breathe some life back into your game for sure. So
yeah, that was ridiculous. That was just straight off the top too. I mean, it's funny because Kano's just like the great equalizer of the format. Ira may punish go wide decks, but Kano heavily punishes redliner decks. I mean, the original like Viscera aggro deck, which was super strong right when Blitz was released, was basically hated out of the format just because of Kano, and it's totally unplayable. But yeah, I mean, super interesting to watch. Again, we saw new hero in Bolton, totally different build, the Raiden, very explosive at that. But Gee's Kano was able to take it again, Canada's finest.
Best wizard of North America. I say it once, I'll say it 1 billion times. He is the truth.
All right, for sure. So with that, we're going to take a quick break for round 3, and then we'll be back. We have 5 rounds of Swiss tonight, and then a cut to top 8. So quick shout out to our sponsor, Deck Edge, providing a box to both the winner and a raffle box to a participant. And then, we should definitely, especially just reiterate this a few times throughout the night. So next week, not this Monday, but the coming Monday, we're going to switch Gauntlet back to Monday. So I think that's going to be the 31st for those of you in North America. And we'll be doing Mondays moving forward because of Skirmish, and it just kind of works out better for everyone. It might be a little rough for the APAC and European, but unfortunately with Skirmish season coming back on the weekends, we do have to switch back to Monday. So keep that in mind if you plan on joining or watching. So we'll be Mondays, 8 p.m. EST moving forward. But with that, we'll take a quick break and we'll see you for round 3. All right, welcome everyone to round 3 of FAB Gauntlet. We have a Shane versus a Bolton here. This is going to be Nia versus Grendel. Nia, a friend of yours, Dante. So why don't you tell us a
That's
little bit
another
about...
one of my boys.
Yeah.
Let's go. Canada represent.
Yeah. Also important to mention, we do have Sharif on with us. Thank you so much for joining us, Sharif. How you doing?
No, it's a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Now I'm just going to update these names real quick so you guys talk away.
So yeah, this looks similar to the first game that we saw, right, Sharif, where it was a chain versus the double axe Bolton. I feel like not a lot of people are on that Raiden hype train, but we saw how powerful it can be with Jason playing it in the last game there. So I'm thinking maybe after this tournament, people start swapping their builds over, but we'll see how the axes go. Grendel is running the Gallantry Gold, it looks like, which I really like. Especially if you're playing the axes. Like I said, one blue can turn on a really big turn for you and help you get some momentum back in the late game. You got any thoughts on this matchup?
I still get the feeling that you might. I don't know how many cards are in his loadout, but I was thinking Courage with 2 sabers might be really useful because just the armor that Courage brings is obviously, I feel like, really important. And I know this Pill Blood is great with the axes, but there's still very much an argument for sabers for Bolton. But it will be interesting to see third Bolton of the night, if I'm not saying anything wrong.
Yep.
And I want to say third Chano of the night because, again, very similar playstyle. And yeah, interesting to see how this matchup it will be because the first 2 games we saw were very different matchups in the way the players played their decks.
Yep.
Yeah. Totally different, right? Like, it's going to be super interesting to see Grendel's list here. Like you said, on the Gallantry Gold, which I think is superior to the Bracers in a lot of ways. But we'll see Grendel go in second here, and Nia starting out with a Seeds of Agony. I believe that's red into
He's
Shadow
just
Puppetry.
Going for it. You'd think that the Shadow Puppetry would get Arsenal, but he is just going nuts here. Yeah, he is fully committing to this turn, so
Interesting.
looks like he's starting with the Unhallowed Rites. I think I would have preferred to have just made a Soul Shackle after playing the Seeds, play with the Unhallowed Rites, and then play the Sword. Now you have a Shadow Puppetry for your next turn.
Yeah, I think
so
that
it's
he
interesting
was...
that he played in turn 1.
He's enticed by this 9 damage turn, right? Sorry, 10. It's a 10 damage turn. So I think that's kind of what attracted him to this. But you're right, not arsenaling here is questionable.
The other thing to keep in mind about Nia is that he is the most ultra aggressive player who's ever lived. So I can see why he did it. I just don't know if I 100% agree with it. But Nia has his own way of thinking. Obviously, this is his deck, so he knows how to pilot it better than we do, not knowing what's in the deck. So it might just play into his overall strategy here. But we'll end up seeing what happens. He's not going to have an Arsenal after turn 1, but he might not need one if he's probably practiced the Bolton matchup a bit.
Turn 0 armor block.
So
that's
he probably
a...
has an idea of what he needs. Yeah, but
It's
if
a
you get the armor
callback
turn
to...
0,
yeah.
I mean,
It's a callback to the Rob Seigel season 1 skirmish right there.
Yeah, the early skirmish days.
And we did say that Bolton struggles when he doesn't have a full hand or at least 3-card hand. So maybe putting the pressure early and getting some chip damage and some armor off will pay off in the long game.
Yeah. Surprised
Seeing
on the
cards
armor
like
block.
Rising Solar Tide too is interesting. It might be a bit of a slower Bolton deck that he's playing if he's running cards like that, because usually you just see charge everything and go nuts it seems to be the usual strategy. But with cards like Rising Solar Tide, you can kind of take it easy, take it slow, keep a 2-card hand and play that out. So it'll be cool to see how the deck plays out.
It might be based a bit on the pre-constructed deck because they run Rising Solar Tide in there. So maybe
true.
he took that deck and kind of tried to improve on it.
A foil via the Vanguard. I didn't even know that existed. But that is
Very
a pretty
card.
good card to get turn 1.
Yeah, Bolting
Ooh,
Blade charge
Arsenal's
as well.
the Bolting Blade.
Or you mean
charges
charge,
the
yeah.
Bolting Blade. I mean, yeah. That's really interesting. Usually the Bolting Blade card that you want to be playing after the via the Vanguard. But I guess if you don't have enough cards in hand, that makes it pretty tough to do.
And I think when you pitch like the fact that he pitched Beacon, I would think he doesn't have maybe enough resources to go for that kind of white turn.
I don't think so either. The thing is, if you play, oh yeah, no, sorry, he wouldn't have enough cards in hand. So you're absolutely right, Sharif. So it looks like he's probably just going to be swinging the axes after this, I'm guessing.
Yep, I would assume so, but how is he gonna go again on that? There we go. Okay, so Bolt of Courage threatening a draw card here, 3 or 4, I believe.
Yeah, this is where you want a non-attack action in your hand for sure. Also, funny to note that Nia doesn't have a husk, which I think would be very helpful in this matchup.
Nia does not have a husk.
He doesn't own one.
Okay, he literally doesn't have one. Got it.
They're hard to come by. Yeah. So it's not that he's choosing not to play the husk. I think he would prefer the husk, especially in this matchup. What's happening here is that he actually just does not own one because it is a legendary card and they're not hard to pull, nor are they inexpensive.
Does he have a skull cap? Because I'm curious if the ebb and flow here is a.
He also does not own a skull cap.
Okay.
Okay, Nia's playing Pauper on table 2.
Yeah, he is playing the poor man's deck here, and there's nothing wrong with that.
See a Plunder run as well. That's an interesting include in this list. Definitely a terror to go up against if it gets Arsenal, I'm sure.
Oh, for sure. Imagine playing a Plunder run, a Seeds, and then playing like a Riftbind from your Banish or something that got banished off the top. You would be coming in for such a heinous amount of damage and possibly drawing on after. But that's a good first banish. That's a red bounding Demigon, so that's an easy 4 damage as long as he has a non-attack action to play before it. If not, he can also just leave it sitting in his banish as well, and be able to play it out on a different turn. So
and I think that's one of the things we're seeing with more people learning how to play Shane is to really give time for some of their card to be left in the banish zone and take that blood dead damage, just so that you can have those really go wide turn.
Yep.
Because I think originally with Shane you were trying to push that blood dead out as quickly as possible.
Yep, I agree. What do you think of the invert existence, guys?
It's an interesting closer, but I don't know about in Blitz. It doesn't block. I mean, it has like some very niche good scenarios. I'm not saying it's not always good, but when it's really, really good, it is really good. Like against like a Levia or something like that. But if a card is not going to block in Blitz, and you're going to have to use it universally against every single hero, so you're looking at like Dorinthia, like Tall Warrior, where you want to be able to block usually. Seems like a risky card to play for me. Your thoughts, Dante?
Yeah, I think it is also very risky, but I like the spice, I will say. Obviously, he's put in there for a reason. Oh, the double invert existence. Okay, well, those will be coming back near the end game. If he banishes both of those, and there are some non-attack actions that Grendel's playing, those could have a pretty big impact if they do get to the stage where... Well, I think he will. He's playing Chain, so he's probably going to get to that stage if the game goes long enough. And if those get both banished off the top, it'll be a really good turn for him to be able to play.
Yeah, he could have gotten punished there. Like, seriously punished on the last turn. And then Grendel just leading off with an Illuminate, looking to Arsenal after this. I don't know, letting Shane get away with that double invert existence hand. Shane's also building up the Soul Shackle. It's probably going to be coming back pretty strong at Grendel here. And this Illuminate can't be scaring too much.
Yeah, I see a Shadow Puppetry in his hand. He is bleeding just a lot. So we got almost a full view of his hand there. I think I saw Vexing Malice in there, the Shadow Puppetry.
That's like the best aggro strategy. Show your opponent your hand. Doesn't even matter.
Exactly. Just let him know. But it looks like, I was going to say, I'd imagine that the Aether Ironweave gets blocked with here. And that just frees him up to be able to use it later, and it allows it so that the Bolton player isn't getting any cards in his soul after this. So we're banishing off the top. We hit a red Seeds and a yellow Seeds. My god. When the banishes are hot, the banishes are hot. That is exactly what you want to be seeing.
That is not bad, for sure.
Yeah. I like to save the Seeds for the Riftbind turns, to be honest with you. I think that it is a lot of...
If this is a Riftbind turn, this is going to be serious.
Well, the Riftbind has to be played from Arsenal to be able to get the additional...
You mean from Banish, yeah, you're right.
This is still... sorry, from Banish. God, I gotta get used to saying...
It's okay, I forgot about the whole Banish clause. So.
Yeah, I know what the cards do, I just don't know what the zones are called. But yeah, so this will be coming in for 5 here. The Bounding Demigon is buffed by its own effect and by Shadow Puppetry. If it hits, he'll be able to look at the top card of his deck and banish it if he chooses. And then there's also 2 Arcane coming in. So definitely not easy to block. I'm assuming that some damage is going to sneak through here. And then keep in mind he still does have 2 cards in hand to be able to play out after, or maybe even a sword to swing with. And he can still make a Soul Shackle this turn because the Shadow Puppetry gives the Bounding Demigon go again.
Yep. Honestly, I feel pretty scared for Grendel at this point.
Me too.
I mean, especially with the armor, just looking like, and then I just know that Shane is just only profiting from this slower game plan that he's on.
Yeah, exactly. Blocks with the Soul Shield though. Soul Shield, nice card to block with. Really good defense reaction. It'll go into a soul when the combat chain closes, which is again really helpful. Looks like he's going to be pitching here, playing out the Riftbind. This, unfortunately, because it's not being played from Banish, is only coming in for 2 damage. But it does have, or did he give it go again with a Soul Shackle? That I didn't see.
Yeah, it's hard to see his dice. So.
Yeah, I think it was on 2 and now it's on 3, so I think he did give it go again.
Okay.
And he still has enough to swing the sword afterwards.
Yeah, swing the sword after, which will be, and the sword will very likely be hitting. Oh, he didn't make a Soul Shackle. Interesting.
Wait, why would you not
make?
He
doesn't want to go too high on the shackles because he was already at 3.
Huh.
So he feels that it's better to just use the boots here. But I find that when I'm playing Chan, I just want to shackle every turn. Who cares? I want to save those boots for.
He drew his Soul Reaping as well, by the way.
Yeah. It's gonna be a big turn, that's for sure.
Yeah, and you know, sorry, Grendel here just takes a turn off as well. Gets that Soul Shield in the arsenal, but okay, there's the E-Strike and meet and greet. Okay.
A meet and greet, yeah.
Yep, there's a Riftbind.
And a Riftbind, yeah.
A Shadow of Ursa as well.
You had to miss some of the banishes at some point.
So. Oh, this is disgusting. So yeah, Grendel has a card in his arsenal. He can banish Shadow of Ursa with Soul Reaping. It automatically has go again, and then Shadow of Ursa can get go again as well.
We'll see if Nia's aware of that go again clause for being in the soul. It looks like he is because he didn't make a Soul Shackle. So the man is well aware, and the Soul Shield that you blocked with last turn ends up biting you this turn, unfortunately. So yeah, it looks like Shadow Reaping's coming in for 6 damage here with +1 from the Rurchant token, which is pretty crazy. It's going to be a lot of damage to block, and then Nia can still come in with even more afterwards, which is going to be pretty devastating.
Yeah, I mean, Grendel seems to be on the back foot here. I just don't know. Like, I haven't played too much Boltyn myself, but Boltyn, especially on these hatches, just like, how does he come back from a scenario like this where he's just so heavily on the back foot? You know, got his entire hand ripped last turn, and we're looking at a bigger turn this time around.
Yeah, exactly. It comes to the point where with Boltyn, to be able to get a lot of damage out, you have to take a lot of damage yourself. But I feel like not a lot of people are ready to commit to taking all that damage to be able to swing back harder. I'm not sure about the Raiden list, but I don't know if there's the possibility to do that much damage with the axes. The axes are tough because unless you're buffing them with the Gallantry Gold, if you just take the damage from the axe, then you can't give it go again with Boltyn. So you basically just eat 2 damage, and then you can't give the axe go again unless you have whatever Dorinthia's boots are called, refraction bolters.
Yeah.
So it makes it tough. Whereas with Raiden, as long as you've charged, Raiden is always going to be able to be given go again with Boltyn's ability, which is why I think it's just a lot better, especially in these blitz decks.
I was actually going to go at it from a different angle, which is based on the deck that the Boltyn player is playing right now. It's, do you just want to turtle up and wait until you have a big setup turn where the banish are pretty bad and you can just swing huge, and you just turtle up right now, let the Shane player burn through their deck and hope that they don't push that much damage? Because he still has a full hand. He can probably block out a big chunk of the damage that's going to come his way, and take 2 or 3 damages. He will have his tunic that's live, so maybe if he kind of waits, because this turn, like, again, Soul Reaping, Shadowverse or Riftbind, that's a pretty big turn.
Yeah, oh for sure. I think you're right. Based on the fact that Nia doesn't have the husk, it's not like Nia can just say, "Oh, I block with the husk and now I get all the momentum back." He doesn't really have that option, so it's definitely possible. He only has one block left with his grasp, so if you're going to be turtling up, I think now's the time to do it, and then maybe your opponent kills himself with blood debt, basically.
Yeah, so I know. So Nia used his Snapdragon Scalers.
Oh yes, and the Snapdragons are gone.
So like that I think that's the only reason why you might consider that plan. I think playing as Shane or playing against Shane, I've found it to be quite unsuccessful trying to turtle against that deck, because it can usually present more damage than your hand can block with. Yeah, but Nia doesn't have the Snapdragon Scalers, which is kind of the finisher card, like kind of the way that Shane can close out games. So it was popped quite early here. But that being said, he does have full tempo, heavily ahead on life, and just ripping cards out of Grendel's hand here. Oh, there's our spilled blood.
There goes the spilled blood.
Begrudgingly blocking with it, it looks like.
I mean, if you're playing Axe Bolton, this is the card you want to play, right? This is why you probably built Axe Bolton.
It's tough though, because sure you're getting damage in after you play your spilled blood, but like Nia's still at 14 life, right? And the cards he benches off the top are likely cards he's going to be able to play, so he really only needs to keep like resource cards in his hand, blue cards, to be able to pitch them to play out whatever it is that he's banishing. And yeah, it looks like he's just taking the damage here.
Take flight, no charge. So no go again on this, just for 3. And we're going to pop the gap. I thought you need to charge for take flight to have go again.
You definitely do need to charge for take flight to get go again.
Yep.
Does he have a card in hand to even be able to charge?
No. But that is how it goes with the new cards. Sometimes we do miss some of these texts and triggers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the players might notice it, but I don't know. If they don't, there's not really much that we can do about it. Sometimes with some of the new cards, this stuff does happen.
Say, I see in chat, they say use Snapdragon Scalers.
Oh, use Snapdragons on. Okay, I see.
Man, he flipped that so fast, I didn't even see it.
Yeah, dude is lightning quick out here. My God.
I feel like we still do these kind of, if it was a misplay, we could still do that with old cards. I know there's some cards that I play them in a very specific situation every time, and I don't actually know the text of the card, so sometimes I'll misplay it and be like, oh, I'm so sure this card does that, and yeah.
Yeah, like I knew this,
For sure.
I knew this really prolific Ira player back in Season 1 who didn't even know Mass Drew cards.
I know about these 2 Ira players that went into Ira tournament, called for Ira to win. They're in the final, and neither of them knew how Whirling Mist Blossom has to hit the attack before Whirling Mist Blossom has to hit. And that's how Dante ended up with his cold foil Ira. Not bitter about that at all.
Oh my God. Oh man. Yeah, I really
Fully
don't know how any of the
roasted.
cards work. People say that I'm a good player for some reason. You have to not believe these people.
Who the heck is saying that?
Yeah, they are idiots. They are fools.
This is gonna be
I'm
Shadow
the most
Versa go
garbage
again with
player.
the damage.
Yeah,
Yeah, one
arcane damage.
Yeah, 1 arcane. I mean, Grendel's gonna have a tough time dealing with this arcane now. Committing a whole entire card to block could just be.
We can see that he has Soul Shield again, though. So that can.
Both players just playing with their hands face up. I love it.
Yeah.
Is his tunic still alive? No, he used it
No,
for
he
the
used
Axe
it last
turn.
turn, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Pay for the take flight.
For the take flight, yeah, to start it off.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult to block everything here.
Okay, we pitched a Soul Shield for the arcane. And we're gonna block for 3. This could be a pretty tough turn.
Yeah, if you had
For
a blue
Grendel
in
here.
hand, or
Oof. So 2 resources for Nia here.
Quickly to answer chat, that tiny guy is asking if this axe was swinging for 2. He actually broke his gallantry gold, so the axe was swinging for 3, so he could give it go again.
Yep. exactly. Another Nebula Blade's coming in for 4, which is going to be fully blocked using the Tunic.
Oof, Razor
Wow.
When it
Reflex.
gets razored, yeesh.
And
Razor Reflex
yeah,
and Plunder Run in this list.
Yeah, super hyper ultra aggressive.
Yeah.
But that's the Nia style, like I said, so it makes sense. And then,
And
yeah,
then the
just play the
bounding,
Bounding
yeah.
Demagon for free for 4 as well with a rune chant. Whoo!
So I
Man,
believe,
oh, man.
yeah, I believe that, yeah, it can be blocked with that second resource floating. He's going to block for 2. He's going to go to 1. Yep. So Grendel's dead.
Yeah, I don't know how you survive this, but
don't.
I mean, we'll see. He's going to banish 5 off the top here. It could be 5 complete misses and nothing he can play in his hand. But I doubt that highly. I don't think that actually happens.
Yeah, someone said in chat, invert is lethal as well, and we know there's 2 on the deck together.
Yeah, exactly. Howl from Beyond got banished. A Seeds, another Shadow Averser. I mean, that's pretty much everything you need. I think it's a blue Seeds, which can just be played on the Shadow Averser as well. So.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, surely this is it. For invert existence to do damage, doesn't it have to banish a non-attack action and an attack action?
Yeah, it has to banish one of each. I don't know if he's played a non-attack action.
Non-attack action. He has Spill Blood. There you go. Nice.
Oh, Spill Blood. Yeah, true.
I forgot. He slammed that one on the table.
Damn it!
I think whenever your opponent goes down to 1, you still have the grasp again. It's just lethal on board. Grasp when in Shane is.
Ooh, banishes
Yeah,
the
really
Ripvine
strong.
with it too. That's really good.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nia has many ways of lethal here.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's very worried, to be honest with you. So
There's
he's
the
pitching an
Epot.
energy potion to block the arcane. That would leave him with 2 floating, I believe. So we'll remember that for any future arcane damage. But it's definitely going to be tough to block, especially with the Howl from Beyond in there.
Yeah, I mean, surely it's like how Rip has got to be lethal,
Yeah.
or how anything.
Well, Howl will make a soul shackle.
Double Howl.
Okay.
Alrighty.
So yeah, that's coming in for 2, 5 plus 6, so 11 damage. And I don't know if the 3 cards in your hand are going to be able to block for 11, so I'm thinking that's game. Oh,
Nope. Wait. That's 6 plus 3.
that blocks 10, right?
Oh, is it so?
Yeah, that's game.
Yeah, it's game. I was just saying.
Yeah, okay, I was gonna say.
The Howl from Beyond is interesting too with the Ripvine. I like it.
I
Kinda
love
gross.
Howl from Beyond. I think that card is fantastic.
Yeah.
I know you're not running it in your list, Brendan, but it's certainly in mine.
Yeah, I just haven't. Well, let's be real. Your list was playing Seeds of Agony that stacked arcane damage 10.
Okay, all right. You don't have to always put me on blast, jeez.
No, I just haven't tested the Howl very much. It just can be a bit expensive sometimes, but maybe that's the right
Yeah.
call. But yeah, I
Could
mean,
get clunky, but if
yeah.
you banish it, I think it's just super helpful. It allows you to do so much damage, especially if you play it on something like a Riftbind there and you're able to play some Seeds the way that Nia did.
mhm.
The attack just comes in for so much damage. It can really overwhelm your opponents.
Yeah. Now we all have to find the deck that beats Shane because we've seen Shane just stomp.
Yeah, just clap.
I'm gonna talk to my resident Canadian Kano player and get Guy to give me some tips so I can just burn out all these Shanes.
I mean, we'll see. If Guy keeps winning and Nia keeps winning, we might see them at the same table facing off against each other, and we can feature that on stream for the viewers. But yeah, I mean, we'll find out.
Yep, and we're going to take a quick break before we head into round 4. I just want to shout out Deck Edge, our sponsor, puts up a box for the winner and a box to be raffled off to a participant. He's been with us since the very beginning of FAB Gauntlet and all the way here to week 9. So big shout out to Deck Edge. He has a Patreon. If you're able to get in, I recommend it. And he does open spots specifically for people coming from FAB Gauntlet. So make sure you hit him up. Tell him you're coming from FAB Gauntlet if you want to get in. You might be able to sneak a spot. If you do, he basically sells the MSRP. So if you're looking to collect or play, that's the place to get it. With that, we'll take a quick break and be back for round 4. Thanks so much. All right, welcome back to round 4 of FAB Gauntlet. I'm Brendan Patrick, joined by Dante Delfico as always, and we have a special guest, the first person in the UK to hit 1,000 XP, the true legend himself, Sharif. How are you doing?
Not a legend, just play way too much. Thanks for having me, guys.
So I'm actually really interested to see this match. This is going to be Shane versus Ira. So Ira does have Flick Flack, historically the deck that punishes go wide decks. So it should be Shane's kryptonite if anything in the past meta is. But with that said, okay. So going on the needle is not going to get punished because he's not running Husk.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. No Husk, so the needle is live.
Wow,
and that's gonna be really tough to block.
Didn't have that info either. Just went raw needle into it. Didn't even care about the Husk.
And he's swapping to the old Galaxy Black. He's showing us
Interesting.
the foiling on it because I'm pretty sure there's no cold foils out for that yet. So nice try.
Yeah, I don't know what he was showing there.
Yeah, you like my card? It's a token.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah, this will definitely be an interesting matchup. I think that having no Husk, you're really going to feel it in this one, to be honest with you. I think that if there's one matchup that you really want a Husk to be able to just eat a big attack, this is the matchup to have it in. It's also really important because it makes it so that the Ira player really isn't able to run the needle. The needle just puts so much pressure, so much damage every single turn. It's tough to play against.
You want to hear a funny little ruling around the Husk and the needle? So you guys probably understand needle from getting blocked by like sink below and stuff like that, and you can raise a reflex to get over that. If the Husk blocks the needle, there is no priority step where you can raise a reflex it, and it breaks before the reaction step. So there's actually no way to dodge the Husk on the needle, which I didn't know.
Wow.
It's not like once you think about it, you're like, yeah, of course, but like I didn't know that.
That is I like that little nugget of information, and I'm sure the stream appreciates it too, because that's very interesting. I did not know that. Based on Nia's deck and how aggressive it is, I would 1000% guarantee that there are no defense reactions in there. So I don't think that needle's breaking at any point. Like I said, it's just a lot of pressure and a lot of extra damage that's coming out throughout the game. Especially with cards in Nia's deck that block for 2, like the like that right there, the Howl from Beyond.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of the name. I'm glad he put it down so I can see the picture. And
There's
yeah,
our turn 1
The
razor.
The turn 1 razor, yeah.
You start at Kano life total. Go.
Always hurts. Yep, and a little.
Yep, coming for 1 makes me an inefficient block. So really quickly, since we have Sharif on, the first player to reach 1K in the UK, tell me about your experience playing at Tall Warrior into the Monarch Blitz meta. Did you enjoy it? Do you think you'll be swapping off? Do you think it has legs? We haven't seen any tonight, but just give me your quick thoughts.
I think it has legs, just because I really enjoy the deck. I still think it has that mental warfare aspect of, am I bluffing? Do I have it? And it's one of the very few decks where you have to show your hand, but you actually really don't. You can kind of bluff your whole hand through. I haven't played too many optimized Shane. I think today is the first big event where we're really seeing Shane come into his own. And that said, last week I lost in the semis to a Shane, and I would have said that was a not fully optimized one, and I still lost. So it will be interesting seeing how you deal with Shane. I think Prism is a really hard matchup for... Well, it's not a hard matchup. I think Prism is a really interesting matchup for Toldori, but Prism is going to struggle in the meta right now, so I don't think she is a concern. I think Levia will be very similar to playing Rhinar, so decent matchup for Dory. And then, yeah, there is Shane and Bolton. I think Bolton struggles because you can almost block with all your cards and not trigger his effects. And that leaves us with Shane, which, again, very difficult. I haven't had enough reps against him. I don't think I'm turning off Dory just yet. I might try some Ira, though, just to see how she fares against it. Because, like you said, historically, best deck against go wides, so probably does well against Bolton as well. Oof. So feels like it might be a good choice.
Yeah, another Razor here, but this time coming out from the Shane player. We do see the Ira playing Nourishing Emptiness, which is weird because I think that like 99% of the time that card is just a 6 attack for 2. Yeah. So that's Brutal Assault.
I think a lot of people are really expecting prisms, and they want to make sure that they have 6 damage blocks to be able to stop the prism decks.
Yeah, surely 2 Command and Conquerors is probably enough, though. I guess I don't know. I would play personally. I would play Yellow Raging Onslaught over Red Nourishing Emptiness.
I think the thought process for Nourishing is if you get it turn 1 is so strong, right?
Yeah, I think that's the process, but yeah, I don't know if that's enough. But we're gonna see the block out here. It would have been nice if that was a Husk. But
yeah, seriously.
Donation.
Just husk it up.
Yeah, donation Husk can be sent to Nia at. I'm just kidding. I'm sure he'll get his eventually.
Yeah, once unlimited hits.
Banishes the E-Strike as well.
Yeah, banishes the E-Strike, and that's not what you want to see. But if you're only banishing one, I mean, you've got a pretty, depending on how many Blood Debt cards you have in your deck, you do still have a pretty low chance of hitting something that you want. But it looks like he's going to be starting with the Shadow Verser, which banishes the Seeds. Love that play. Makes the Seeds live, gives the Shadow Verser go again. It's basically everything that you want. Interesting that he swapped for the Galaxy Black instead of the...
Yeah, walk me through that process, Dante. Why did he do that?
I'm assuming that the reason that he did that is because he believes that he will have less resource to use on his turn while he's playing against the Ira. And being a little bit more resource starved because you have to actually block some of her hits because she can come so wide. Having to only pay 1 to be able to swing your sword is a little bit more ideal than having to pay 2. That's the only thing that I can think of, but I'm sure I will be picking Nia's brain after the tournament is over to find out the reasons for his choices. Or if I pick Nia's deck builder, Eric Lear, turns out
did Eric tell you to say
Eric's
that?
deck.
He told you.
It's Eric's deck. Yeah. Well, no, I looked at the group chat with the boys, and Eric, it was Eric's deck apparently. So Eric did not tell me to say that, but I got to give credit where credit's due. Nia is a dirty net decker, and I think it should be acknowledged. So
by the way,
if you win the tournament, it's actually Eric's win.
Dante,
the box to him.
You've played this matchup a lot. At least to a decent amount. What do you think is the key to success as Ira? Is it identifying that big pivot turn where you're able to present a ton of damage that the Kano can't really buy itself back from? Or how do you kind of win this matchup?
Yeah, so that's exactly it. When your opponent has the Husk, it's a completely different story. Your game plan as the Ira when the chain has a Husk is literally how fast can I break this Husk so that I can get to the game plan of have my huge pivot turn and make it so that they have to block out the damage that I'm dealing. Usually on that turn, you're using the Snapdragon Scalers and coming in for basically lethal damage. Hopefully it's at a time where they have 3 or 4 Soul Shackles and you can strip every card from their hand. If you're able to get the cards out of their hand, it makes it really easy because again they just banish 4 cards. They can't do anything with the 4 cards that they banish unless it's like Seeds and Bounding Demigon or something like that. And they just end up taking some Blood Debt, and then you can come in again with another 4 or 5 card hand and just swing in even harder. So you have to be able to identify the pivot turn as the Ira player, but step 1 is always just get the Husk because that is the most annoying card ever. And you have to be able to get the Husk out of the way before you can do any of that. But because there's no Husk on Nia's side, I mean, step 1's already complete, so now you just have to kind of pummel him into the ground with huge turns as the Ira player here. Probably just waiting to draw into a good hand where he can push lethal amount of damage because 10 health is not a lot, especially when you have no more armor blocks left on the side of the Runeblade player here. Going down to 6-2, so that is a very easy turn for Ira to come in. Kodachi, Needle, literally anything else, give it go again with the boots and come in with something after that. It could be pretty devastating.
Yeah, and he blocked with an E-Strike last turn as well. Go ahead, Sharif.
Yeah. I was going to ask, because Dante, you obviously play a lot of Ira. We saw a Lunging Press come out of there, and I thought that was a really interesting choice. Any specific reason you think he has that? Because obviously Lunging Press...
Oh, sorry, yeah, no, you continue.
No, go for it.
Oh, I was going to say, Lunging Press is just good on certain attacks that have on-hit triggers. I would assume that he's probably playing Soul Bead Strikes. He's probably playing Command and Conquers. Probably playing, I don't know, I guess the Nourishing Emptiness you saw from his deck as well.
Mhm.
All of these things with on hit triggers, it makes it, I guess, easier to hit them or come in for surprise damage. Sometimes your opponent, fully blocks out your attack, but if you're able to come in for just one more, sometimes that's all it takes. So the lunging press can be good. I personally don't like it because it blocks for 2. It's not a card
Yep.
with combo that I can, I guess, benefit off of after playing a Flick Flack or something like that. I prefer my blue combo cards that block for 3, but it's definitely a tech choice, and it can see a lot of success in Ira decks for sure.
No, I completely agree. I think my main issue with it is, like you said, the block for 2, and I think we're in a meta where having those 2 blocks is a huge weakness in a lot of your
Mhm.
cards. So it is
Especially
interesting
for
to
a
see it.
card that you're going to be pitching the majority of the time. I think you'd prefer that it blocks 3. It comes in handy in very niche situations. A lot of the cards in the Ira deck already have Go Again. So
Ooh,
I
Snapdragon.
don't know. I just now he's gonna Snapdragon here. Probably swing with the
Just the rip.
yeah.
He's just clearing at this point, I think.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to take too much blood debt, so better to get rid of that.
It's tough with that Ira on the needle. Like we talked about, he flipped the needle without knowing about the husk or no husk, and yeah, it's pretty strong in this matchup. Coming in, I mean, he's almost coming in for lethal off of his weapons here, so it's gonna be
Yeah,
tough to
I
deal
mean,
with.
And you still have your tunic as well.
Yep.
So if it's a flying kick or anything in Arsenal, CNC could be really painful.
yep. Looks like it is the
And
CNC.
there's the
as he's
CNC.
playing it. Yep.
Interesting.
No armor left, so there is no Arsenal here. I think that was the wrong play. I think that you want to swing with the needle and then pay off your tunic and swing with the CNC.
Yeah, because
Agreed.
he has,
More
like we've seen his
cards.
hand, he has block 2, so that would have been a very
Yeah.
significant choice to make.
Yeah, you get way more cards out of Nia's hand that way, and as the Ira player, like your next hand that you draw into is probably going to be extremely aggressive, so you can kind of keep up the pressure. But because of the way that he played it out, Nia's able to hold on to 2 cards in hand where he might not have any cards in hand.
Surely would have had 1 to 0, like probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 less at least. I think this is
Yeah.
one of those reflex plays that we discussed, right? Because CNC for 7 is the best play 99% of the time. I think this is like the one time where you do think needle for 3, CNC for 6.
Yeah, I mean, if Nia had a card in his arsenal, then for sure 1000% is the best play. But if he doesn't have a card in his arsenal, then it's just don't think it's the right play. But he may want to save that counter on his tunic to be able to fuel another turn. Obviously, we don't know their exact decks, the players' exact decks, so we can only speculate. But I think if I were playing, I would have preferred to have gone Kadachi Needle and then the CNC after paying off the tunic, which also opens up the tunic to be able to use to block this turn along with the mask, which can allow, like, basically fuel the rest of your turn essentially, because you don't have to waste cards blocking.
And I
No, I agree.
apologize. I'm just updating those names. I had them wrong the whole entire match, but it is Nia versus Tiny Guy.
Well, under Nia, instead of Nia, just put Eric, because it's his deck, and then we'll just call it that.
Dante, if people who built decks were the ones who got credit with wins, you would have 0 wins, my friend.
Ain't that the truth? Oh my god. Oh, it's so sad. Yeah, you can put Nick Butcher under every deck that I've ever played.
God.
Call it a day.
Invert Existence coming into play.
Yep.
We have Command and Conquer and
Razor Reflex, right?
yeah. Isn't Verdant Existence allowing attack reactions?
I don't think
might
so.
have to consult the
I think it
database on
has
that
to
one.
be. Yeah, I think it has to be non-attack actions, as far as I'm aware.
I think
which
so
I-
too, which Ira doesn't.
Yeah, like it
Doesn't
can't be an
play it.
attack
Typically run.
reaction or a defense reaction. So, I'm thinking that he probably just played it to just get it out of his banish because he's going to be taking blood debt.
Yep.
Did the
But
Ira
yeah,
take the damage off the invert?
No,
Okay.
he's still at 9.
Yeah, just clearing
So
it
yeah,
out.
this is just going to be the ultra wide turn here. It looks like. Well,
Yeah, we have the
probably
tunic, we
getting
have the
rest of
snaps.
cards.
If you're gonna
Yeah.
do it, you do it now, right? I mean,
Yep.
even on the flush fist, go for it.
Luster Fist, yeah, use the snaps and then pay off Tunic, pay off Tunic and then play like a flying kick from your
Win
hand
the
or
game.
something.
Yeah, flying kick, win the game.
That'll be enough to do it. So good block here, and the
Um,
lunging press coming in for that 1 damage, and there you go, Sharif. That's why you run the lunging press.
I know. How do I dare
Cards
knock it up there?
busted.
How do you dare?
Yep. Cards busted.
What were you thinking, Sharif?
Blocks
You
for
didn't see
2,
that
but it
play?
doesn't matter.
He blocked for
If it
2
works, it
too.
works.
Like, what a niche. I mean, yeah, he doesn't even have the gloves to pump it to 3. So what a like a niche little.
Yeah.
He used a block 2 on the 2 instead of a block 3, which was not an unlikely scenario. And then we see a lunging press win.
This matchup for the Runeblade player is unbelievably difficult if you don't have, well, number one, he doesn't have a skull cap. I think maybe like an Iron Rod helm would be good in this matchup as well, just to stop some of the on-hit triggers like a Command and Conquer for 7, for example. I don't think that the Ebb and Fold really does anything for you here. But if you don't have the Husk, this matchup is, I feel like it's super difficult.
Yeah.
I don't think the Aether Iron Weave really helps you out all that much. The Husk is really the game changer, especially in this matchup. So it makes it pretty tough for the Runeblade player to be able to win something like that.
I think Shane having legs at all against Ira is fascinating, because it almost would have been a deck that I would have dismissed quite early, just because of Flick Flack. But then the Husk kind of equalized that. It's just like Shane really needs that time to build the Soul Shackles, and then he starts putting on enough pressure to not allow Ira to do what Ira does. Then again, Ira can do a lot of damage on 2 cards, and that's why the class is so strong as well. But with that, yeah, super interesting. We see another Shane, this time with Galaxy Black for the first time. But we do see our Ira player take it out, so maybe the Season 1 meta is gonna be here to stay. And Dante won't be washed up in Season 2, right?
I'm gonna be washed up in Season 2 either way, but
All right. So we're gonna head to a quick break, and then we got round 5. That's the last round before top 8. I'm just gonna quickly shout out Deck Edge. He has a Patreon. He opens spots just for this event, so if you want to hit him up and tell you came from FAB Gauntlet, you might be able to get in. If you do, he sells product at pretty much MSRP. So if you're looking to collect or play, Deck Edge is the place to do it. With that, we'll do a quick break, and we'll go into round 5. Thanks so much.
see you guys in a bit.
All right, welcome back to round 5 of the Gauntlet Week 9. We have Mike C on Kano versus Tiny Guy again on the... Okay, there is... I will fix this. It's fixed. Okay, screen reader's an issue, but it is fixed, and we have Tiny Guy on the Ira. I'm joined always by Dante, and then our special guest, the first player in the United Kingdom to hit 1k XP. You've heard of him, Sharif. Sharif, how you doing?
Fine, thanks. Thanks again for having me, guys.
Thank you for joining us.
Why don't you ever ask how I'm doing? What the heck? That's weird. That's weird, man. Both players at this point are undefeated, by the way. Just that the stream knows. So this is Battle of the Champs here, and then we'll see who ends up topping Swiss to make sure that they are able to choose if they go first or second for the entirety of the top 8, basically. But both players are pretty much guaranteed to. I think they are guaranteed to make top 8.
Both are locked
at this point. So they're just playing for seeding at this point to see.
Super important as well as the Kano player,
and
the Ira player, but very much as the Kano player. Playing for seeding is huge.
Yeah, Mike is praying for the win here, praying the deck treats him nice right off the top.
And we're back to seeing a pre-Monarch matchup. Wonder if Mike is running any Nourishing Emptiness. Do you know?
I don't think so. I think he's on just the standard last season Kano deck with the reverberates and everything. The list that kind of got popularized closer to the end of this first skirmish season. I believe that's what he's on right now. But it looks like he's black with the Blazing Aether.
Yeah, there's a Blazing gone.
So that's one gone, but that doesn't really mean much, as we saw with that game with Guy. Sometimes you don't need the Blazing to win. You just need to chip your opponent down and be able to swing in with some unblockable damage. No Blazing required. So we'll see how Mike's able to come back here. He did get to go second, which is ideal as the Kano player. So we'll see how he's able to use that to his advantage.
Yeah, blind Kano on his turn. Good look at the top. Blue Scalding Rain, so that's going to be for 2. We're going to Kano again. No, we're going to play. Okay. Very interesting if we don't see a Crucible here.
He still has his action point, so he probably still has 2 cards in hand to be able to pitch Crucible, play the other card.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering, like, what is it going to be if we don't see?
Yeah. Crucible, the Lesson in Lava.
So lesson costs 2? Or is it 1?
Lesson costs 1, I believe. Although I'm not a Kano player, so I can't say for sure.
Can you check that? I forget.
But I'm pretty sure the Scalding Rain costs 1. I think that all just costs 1 each, as far as I know.
Lesson does cost 1.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just punting in the brain.
So the lesson hits, and then it'll let him search his deck. Any thoughts on what he might be searching for?
Oh, if that's a tome. I'm actually surprised to see I mean, he has one. Does he have 1 card? Yeah, he has 1 card in hand.
He does.
Slightly surprised to see the tome. I guess he's just gonna draw into it. Like other things you could do is just you can put like a stir on top and draw into it. Obviously, Ira's gonna be templating your hand though. Or you can just put a blue to have a more consistent.
It has to cost. Yeah, it has to cost 1 or less. I don't think you can put stir, but I see a lot of Kano.
Oh, not stir. Yeah, because they have 1.
A gaze on top.
Yeah, that's what the gaze on top. So you just fix the blue in that hand.
Looks like he's just filtering through his deck, going for possibly even more damage on his turn after drawing off the tome, and pitching to Kano, and then pitching to play the Aether Flare.
Just
which
for
comes
1
for
here.
1 damage, I believe. Yeah.
Yep, just for 1. Just gonna clear that. Interesting. I wonder if you'd want to, since the Ira had the resource already pitched and floating, if you'd want to draw that, because you know it's a blue. So you went for the banish on the Aether Flare.
What did he pitch to? Because no, he had already pitched. So...
Yeah, he had already pitched.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see. He could just be trying to filter so that he can get better cards in his hand. Blue Aether Flare isn't really doing much for you, and he probably knows that maybe he's running enough blue that he'll likely be drawing a blue in this hand, so he can use a couple cards to block and then still pitch a blue to Crucible and play out one of the cards in his hand. But it looks like he's just taking damage here. So
okay, you strike 7, floating 1. That's There we go.
Risky
There's the
business,
lens. Yeah.
Mike sees the risky
Doesn't
business.
fool around. Yeah.
Alrighty, cool, sure.
This basically shields down for the Ira player.
Yeah.
Don't know what's in Mike's hand, but gonna get a peek at the top of his deck with this Talismanic Lens. Op 2.
Keeps them both on top.
Both top. That's scary.
Yeah, that's
I do still
not
feel-
what you want to see as the Ira player for sure. 19 damage is going to be a little bit tough to hit, but there is definitely ways to do it, especially with only one resource floating for the Ira player.
Well,
It's not out of the question that he could just win the game on this turn.
like Sonic Booms, maybe. I don't know. I'd have to think of that one. The 4 cards in hand, no E-Pot. Yeah, but like worst case scenario here, Mike is going down to 7, so he still has his turn cycle plus Tiny Guy's next cycle too. So if he just chips in here, he'll be at 3, and then he can go for the kill on the next turn. Which I'm assuming is the goal here. 19 will be pretty hard to do with 4 cards and going off the top with 1 resource loading.
Yeah, I think that 19 would probably require some sort of double blazing setup, but we saw that one blazing's gone at this point, so
Yeah, or like a Sonic Boom chain.
yeah, true.
Yeah. That's always like the like equation wrench he's throwing. It's like you have all these like Kano math in your mind, but it's like, oh, if you just like chain Sonic Booms, it's like it breaks.
Yeah.
So I am curious if there's, because I personally would agree with Tiny Guy's play here, and I would play, but I do tend to play more aggressively. But I feel like versus Kano, there's also this moment where you put their back against the wall, and that's when you force their hand really to try and kill you, and most of the time they do manage to kill you. So do you keep that? Do you arsenal that E-Strike, or do you go for that play as well?
I think it's relatively
What would you
safe to
guys do?
play just because you're at 19. It's still dangerous, but like at 19, the only thing I don't like about this play is that Mike goes to 3, and like Mike doesn't care about going to 3 very much because he still gets to take the Kadachi, and then he gets to make a decision when the needle comes in. So Mike can chip in quite a bit of damage here, and then he can kill Tiny Guy on the next cycle. Alternatively, Mike could have blocked this E-Strike with 2 cards, and then he could have gone, like Voltic Bolts from hand on his turn and got in a few chip points. But I think that the goal here is to get Tiny Guy down into that 10-11 range, and then kill him on his next turn.
I mean, we'll see what he ends up doing. He's thinking pretty hard here, so I'm assuming that he has, quite a bit of damage. He's probably just thinking about the most effective way to be able to dish it out, especially playing on his opponent's turn here. So we'll see if he ends up just pitching to Kano. I doubt he's going to use the boots just because his opponent is at 19.
I don't think so, unless he kills his opponent, right? Like,
yeah,
which is tough. It doesn't come to my mind immediately, but unless he kills his opponent, using the boots here would be seems a bit overzealous.
I agree.
You could still.
Did he have a card in Arsenal? Or is this a 4-card hand?
4-card hand.
No, it's a 4-card hand, nothing in Arsenal.
Yeah, 4-card hand, Talismanic Lens, 2 top, 1 counter on Tunic. So it makes me think that Mike is actually never going to see his Tunic resources this game with the speed he's going at.
I caught a glimpse of one of the cards in his hand. I think the other blazing is in his hand right now.
Oh, that's actually kind of tough, I think, because the boots, the blazing, right? You should like reverberate.
So he
Off the
takes the
top.
7.
Be opting
We'll
to
see
do
if
the.
he's-
Yeah,
we'll
see if he does the
see
damage on
if
his
he's
turn.
here.
Yeah, it looks the tempo of the hand. Yeah, I mean, leaving that E-Strike unresolved is irrelevant at this point because it wasn't lethal. So we're in the same game state we were before, technically. But it looks like Mike's going to just let him end the turn and try to take cards out of his opponent's hand and play his action point, right? Not just play at instant speed.
Yeah.
And he still has the knowledge of the top 2 cards, so he could Kano and, really use his action point here.
I'm really interested to see these top 2 cards. Like, I'm actually so excited. Because he's going to draw them, right? If he doesn't Kano them, he draws them. So surely he's like there's something spicy. Ooh, there's the E-Pot. Okay. Kano.
Let's
I
see the
guess he was
top one.
playing
Reverberate.
Reverberate.
Yeah.
Those red reverberates are so good. So good.
I'm
Does he-
guessing
They're super
Reverberate banish blazing.
I would assume so, unless I'm wrong about the blazing in his hand, but
Ooh, eye. Okay.
Boom,
I think I'm
eye.
right about it.
So he's opting into one card he knows about, one card he doesn't. What is the Crucible?
That's what he was pitching for.
Okay, yeah. I was like, is it Crucibling in the middle of opting? I was like, okay, yeah.
So he's got 2 floating, pitches the eye to Crucible, and then
Yeah, and was that
So
one top? I think it was at least
Yeah,
one,
one
bottom.
top, one bottom.
one top, one bottom.
And I think the top one was the same top one that he had from before.
Yep.
Yeah, so you got the Reverberate. Thing is that Ira is going to be able to present lethal next turn with just the weapons, which is tough. Obviously, Mike can block, right? But, ooh. We say Hurricane Technique and a Flying Kick for that null ring. And that's a red Aether Flare. Ooh, and yeah, I guess if he has the Blazing in hand, it's quite good, right?
Yeah. You still have your action point.
Oh yeah, he still has the action board too.
Yeah. This could be a really big turn.
Yeah, what an interesting line. Oh, he's gonna opt to take the flare. Wow. Blocks the Reverberate, takes the flare.
Blazing's
this
gonna
would
do a lot of
be,
damage here, yeah. So I was right about seeing the blazing.
Yeah, I mean, so this is for 7. There's the blue. I mean, sandbag the blue.
Yeah, but now he just needs that beauty stir fork turn. But the
Yeah,
issue
stir
is
fork
you're
is
at
lethal.
3 life at this point, so
Yeah, I mean, Stir Fork. So Stir Forked Metacarpus Nodes is 14 damage, kills you through null run 3. So 11 is that perfect number you want to be at to get the Stir Fork combo to go off. I'm surprised that we sandbagged the blue and didn't block the Aether, and we blocked the Blazing as the arrow player. I'm pretty sure I was just going to move to end here. So Mike has like a lot of time to work. But really surprised on the... I guess he just didn't want to block it all, and then he just felt like he had to once the Blazing was presented.
I remember my first game against Kano, I decided to take a Blazing for 3 because I didn't realize it carried on. Big mistake.
Ooh, Mike's gonna let him end. Okay, and he's got to. Okay, so he does reach his Tunic. His Tunic does hit 3, so he has an extra resource.
Counter.
Very significant, and good poke.
The Aether Spindle, so that's coming in for 5, I believe.
Yep, we're gonna take 2.
Take
Mike's
2.
Mike's
That's
gonna
an
opt 2. Yeah, Mike's gonna opt 2 and then get a card that he wants in his arsenal. The Ira's gonna be at 9. Ooh, double top as well, so maybe 2. Oh, E-Pot.
E-Pot.
Okay,
Yeah, that's pretty good.
and then arsenal, your go. So Mike is set up to definitely take this.
Kept the other one on top as well, so he liked what he saw.
Yeah, I wonder if it was just a blue. You know?
Might have just been a blue. Could have been
Probably.
the stir that we were talking about.
Oh yeah, because he still does have his boots up as well.
Yep. He
Yep.
does have his boots up. Very well positioned right now.
I would just take the Kadashi here. If he plays Razor, then you go for it.
Yeah, but if you don't have a hand that can go for it, that's why you would consider
unless
blocking.
you. I always just assume that Kano has the hand to go for it, but no, you're right.
If he's drawn like 3 reds on that blue, then may not have it.
Yeah.
Those altars that he has, I have some as well. Fry the eggs on Facebook. Super nice. Also, crazy affordable.
Yeah, they're really good altars for the price, especially. Yeah, I think Mike has Kano and young and old Dorinthia, if I'm not mistaken, and a Dawnblade.
Okay, Mike takes it.
And they are very nice.
All right, 1 resource floating, and this is going to be for lethal. The Tunic block will not save Mike, so this is Mike's chance to either go off or block.
Yep.
What are the chances that the card in Arsenal is a sigil?
So he's choosing to block here.
Based on what we've seen in this deck, I think it's low, but it's possible.
I'm just thinking about the fact that he didn't pitch to push anything and he didn't use it to block.
I think that he... Wow.
Oh, not a sigil.
Nourishing for 6 with no additional effect.
Yeah, Brutal Assault.
Yeah. The old tried and true best card in the Hour deck.
But wow, man, if this had been anything except Nourishing Emptiness, this would have been like so much more impactful, right? Because Mike has chosen to block with a card from hand. He could have Snapdragon, and he might have been able to get lethal here.
Yeah, exactly.
Oof. And surely Mike is gonna punish him if he just blocks out with 2 cards.
I'm surprised. I probably would have chosen E-Strike, draw a card or something like that, and then pitch the card you draw to play with the Nourishing Emptiness.
Okay. So Mike did draw.
Keeping the blue.
Yeah, Mike did. Yeah, he is. So he did draw 2 yellows. So that's why I decided to not go off there. Yeah, it's tough. Okay. Yeah, now he just gets. I mean, now he does just so many things, and he's gonna lose a blue here.
3 free damage. Yep.
Yeah, 6 is very killable.
And Mike's still got that E-Pot up, so we haven't seen a stir from him yet, and I would be guessing that it's probably going to be coming up quick here.
Yeah, I mean, it's lethal. So, bluffs a Razor as well on this.
You can also just Snapdragon it if you want to.
No, yeah, for sure. I think that the Snapdragon is the face-up play, right? But Mike has to actually consider how he blocks this if he does decide to block, because it does bluff a Razor. And if Mike blocks, commits like a card to this, and he Razors, Mike likely can't kill him in response. But then again, Mike does essentially have an extra card in hand because of the Tunic counter and the E-Pot on the field.
Yeah, if he wanted to go for it, he definitely could. But again, it really all depends on what he drew. And if he's able to push, you'd have to deal 9 damage this turn with 1 attack. Just because of the null rune 3 on the Iris side. So
Ooh. Whenever I see that, I think he's considering a block.
yeah, it's like, I need this card in my hand.
Exactly,
but,
yeah. What does my hand look like if it's...
Yeah. So we'll see how he ends up playing it out here. There's a whole bunch of different ways it could go, but I think the real question is, does my opponent have the Razor Reflex? And if they do, if I end up blocking with this card, can I still finish the game?
Yeah.
And kill them after they play the Razor.
To be honest, like, if you're a Kano player, like, that's like super annoying. It's like, wow. It's like I can't play. Also, Mike did draw the other tome. I'm assuming he doesn't have a very blue heavy hand. It's gonna block for 3. There we go. Okay, we're gonna see a Snapdragon, so it's not worst case scenario. Mike's gonna take 1. We're still gonna come in, but we have Kadachi, then Needle, then attack. So,
Yeah.
And Kadachi's lethal, which is what's tough. Oh yeah, but I mean, we're gonna come in here at the Needle. Yeah, so like any 4 attack wins the game, right?
Yep. And with 2 cards in hand, I would imagine that he does have an attack that deals at least 4 damage that he'll be able to play out. So.
Yep. It's gonna be Needle takes a card, Kadachi takes a card. These have to come over for more than 3. You win the game. If that's the case, Mike bricked hard.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I think Mike is recognizing that though, and understands that he kind of just needs to go for it at this point. I'm assuming he blocked with the tome because he knew he wasn't really going to have a chance to play it. But yeah, I mean, if he doesn't have it here, it's just the ultra brick, I guess. What can you do about that?
I feel like if he's bricked that hard, there is a role where you play the tome, hope for blues, and then just blind Kano and try to do 9 damage.
Yep.
Because I feel like half committing to the block is, yeah, I'm not sure where it gets you at the end of the day, because you knew that the needle was coming, you know the Kodachi's coming.
Yeah, it was face up, right? You knew that it was going to get Snapdragoned, or he's going to get Razored, which was worse. Potentially worse, right?
Then again, it's getting late. It's Kano in a 5-round tournament, you know? It gets pretty difficult to do the math after a while. Eugene had a nice interview on the FAB TCG website, and in it, he mentioned that he's at heart a Kano player, which I didn't know.
Yeah, I played it.
Only reason he went Ira is tournament fatigue, which makes complete sense.
Yeah, considering he was playing at like
Almost as much as you.
7 a.m. Well, see, the thing is, for me, the tournaments were at a reasonable time, but he has like a 12-hour time difference, so when it would be 1 o'clock in the afternoon for me, it would be 1 a.m. for him, and he'd be playing 1 a.m. to like 7 a.m. I don't know, I can't even imagine what the sleep schedule would be like, but I'd imagine there probably wasn't much of it. Oh, geez, that would have been a lot of playing. I don't know if I would have been as hard on the grind as I was if I was playing at 1 a.m. till 7 a.m. I woke up early, but I don't think I'd stay up that late.
I was gonna say, because no, you only just woke up at 5 to play, so it's that much better.
Well, waking up, people wake up at 5 every day.
Yeah.
I don't see many people staying up till.
All right, so we've committed, so we've recognized the situation. Yep. Maybe it's a card too late, maybe it's not. Probably in retrospect, that I don't know if. What do you have blocked with Tome again? Okay, so is this a Kano? Oh, it's a Sonic Boom.
Interesting.
Alright, Sonic Boom for 5. No Talismanic Lens, so you can't Talismanic Lens a Sonic Boom trigger on the stack.
Blind off the top here.
Mm-hmm.
Totally blind. Yeah, so the opponent just needs another blue because the Kodachi's going to be Mike has to block this. The Kodachi's going to be lethal, so he can commit all the cards in his hand, right? To blocking this.
Even if they're reds, you just go for it because.
Yeah, it just commits everything to blocking this as the Ira player. Definitely do not let that Sonic Boom hit.
Nope.
The only thing you need to do is keep up 1 resource.
I think even if you can't, like let's say it's 2 reds in his hand, you commit to the block because he has no card. Well, he has 1 card in his hand, right? But he won't have the tunic, he won't have the Metacarpus node or his boots. Like he will be in a very difficult position.
You would be quite low though. You could die to a 4 card. I don't know. That's a good question, right? Is like, let's say those are 2 reds in the Ira's hand. Do you block for 2, keep up to 1, and guarantee lethal in this turn, or do you give the Kano another turn cycle, another 4 card? There's a blue. Okay, so that's
the blue. So yeah.
Yep. Take 2 here.
Take
Mike
2,
will pray to the gods of the top deck.
Oh, that's a good one.
Lava.
If Mike has a blue, it's a really good one.
He still has 1 floating, doesn't he? He doesn't need the blue.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean for the blazing when he searches it up, right?
Yeah.
That's like the.
And now he's wishing he kept that tome in hand so he could pitch for the lesson.
He has the 1 floating, so he can play the lesson, right? And then, but if the lesson gets blocked by blue, then he bricks.
I think he's thinking, does he have the resources for Metacarpus?
Interesting. What? So we have the resources wrong then.
Oh no, lesson's free, right? Off the top?
Sonic Boom.
It's off Sonic Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just all stupid. Feels good. So yeah, Lessons is free off the top, so I guess he was thinking about playing for the Metacarpus, which he did end up doing.
Which guarantees the hit on Lesson, so he will have his search.
Yeah, so it's 3. So let's say he blocks with the blue. It's 3. The opponent has no cards in hand. So it's 3. Yeah, so it's for 4 right now. He's going to block. Say he has another blue. He takes 1. He goes down to 3. The Blazing will be for 3. Then he can block it with the last resource.
Both Blazings are
wins.
gone. No Blazings anymore.
Oh, no Blazings. Okay. Interesting.
He might if he does like 2 damage here, he might look for. Oh, you can't because you have to pitch to Kano.
Yeah, so
the strategy right now might be get the remainder of the resources and then block the needle.
So this is for 4.
Hand.
Right, this is for 4. The Ira player only needs to block 1.
Yep.
Go down to 1 and then swing the Kodachi. Sorry, I didn't recognize there were no more Blazings in the deck.
Yeah.
True.
No, one Blazing got blocked with, the other Blazing got played on the Reverberate turn. So I think in that he's just hoping that his opponent says, all right, I'm going to block with this card in my hand and this resource that I have floating.
Okay. Block, pitch, swing Kodachi. It's a red. That's game.
Yeah, and that's game.
Interesting.
Really good game.
Yeah, it was really, really close.
Yeah, close one.
I'm
close
like
one, but it happens. I know Mike is probably not too happy about that, but you still get into the top 8, and
he can take his revenge in the top 8.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Looks like he had some tough draws as well, drawing multiple reds there.
That was a tough game to be a Kano, I think. But in the end, the Ira does take it out, so Tiny Guy will be our undefeated going into our top 8. And then we will see who the rest of the top 8 ends up being. And if, I guess, which other players, hopefully some of those that we featured, end up getting there as well.
Yep. Congratulations to Tiny Guy for going undefeated. Sharif, go ahead before I close it out.
I was just going to say, before we close, I am going to tell you guys good night. I'm going to head out, but thanks for having me. I think I'm being replaced by Deimos for extra cast, so I'm leaving you in very good hands. But yeah, thanks again for having me, guys, and have a good night.
Thanks so much.
Happy to have you, buddy.
All right, and with that, we will close out round 5 and head into top 8. Before we go there, obviously shout out Deck Edge. Sponsoring this tournament, putting up a box for the players and a box for a participant. He has a Patreon where he sells FAB at pretty much MSRP. That includes first edition. If you're able to get in, it's pretty much the best bang for your buck out there. And he does open slots just for this event. So if you want to message him, hit him up, tell him you're coming from FAB Gauntlet, it's probably the best way to get in. So yeah, if you're looking to collect or play, Deck Edge is the place to do it. And we will see you guys for top 8.
See you guys in a bit.
welcome back to top 8 of FAB Gauntlet Week 9. We have a player that we saw a lot in Swiss, in Nia, and then we against him is Blazing Ragnarok on the Bolton. This is Bolton Raiden. Dante, why don't you fill up some space with your beautiful voice while I update these names?
Yeah, so again, we've seen Nia in Swiss. We know that he does not have a husk, which can be a huge momentum shifter. Especially in these very aggressive matchups. Our Bolton player is running the Raiden, which I love to see. I think that is the optimal way to play the hero, especially in Blitz. I think that Raiden is really good. I think this is going to be a pretty quick game, to be honest with you, because I feel like both our players are just going to be tanking with their faces and just taking as much damage as possible to be able to do even more on their turn. So we'll see how it goes, but yeah, it looks like he's putting a razor in his soul.
Dante, tell me about the stubbies over the stubbies because we're playing Raiden, right? Over Gallantry or over Brave Forge or anything. It's stubbies because we're on Raiden, right?
Yeah, it could be the stubbies because we're on Raiden. It could be the stubbies because we don't own Brave Forge bracers.
True.
But
we have a cold foil.
You just have a cold foil. You want to show it off.
I mean, he's got the cold foil stubbies. I mean.
Oh, are they cold foil?
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't tell. But yeah, so I mean that might be why he has them. They're also not actually that bad in the deck, to be honest with you. They give all your attacks +1 if they have 3 or less attack, and because a lot of the deck is the yellow attacks, most of them attack for 2 or 3. So it can definitely be big, I guess, momentum swinger because you break the stubbies, you play a whole bunch of attacks and just banish cards from Bolton's Soul. Could be a really interesting strategy, to be honest with you. So I'm interested to see how it plays out and if they end up working well for him.
Yeah, leading off with the Shadow Puppetry here. Shadow Puppetry
E-Strike. Shadow Puppetry E-Strike. Ew, that's a lot of damage.
8 go again.
What do you think he's choosing?
8.
Draw a card?
No, I think he's choosing 8. Yeah, is he choosing draw a card? Yeah, right, bro.
I think he's choosing 8 too. I don't think. Oh my goodness gracious! I was memeing, but it looks like he is choosing draw a card.
Excuse you, sir.
Yeah, jeez. So I guess coming in for 6. If it hits, he does get to look at the top card of his deck and banish it if he chooses. And he draws an additional card there to help replenish that hand a little bit. So that's always nice. We'll see how he ends up playing it out
sink
here.
below.
Looks like we're blocked with the sink, which means that it will likely hit unless there's another defense reaction that's being played.
We are going to sink.
There is. Nope, it looks like he is taking the damage, so Nia's going to be able to take a look at the top card of his deck.
It is a Soul Reaping.
Yeah.
You sure you don't want to banish that one, sir?
Yeah, no, we'll keep it on top. I'd like to draw into that.
Yeah, Bolton has a card in his soul as well,
nice.
so that is going to have go again unless he clears it on this next turn.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if his opponent caught the Soul Reaping off the top, but if he did, I think that you are definitely trying to clear your soul for the next turn. If he has cards with charge, he is probably going to not be charging with them and trying to use Bolton's ability to get rid of that card.
Man, meet and greet with go again. This is 6-4. We might have the rune chant, then 4. This is a 14 damage turn.
It's a blue meet and greet, it looks like.
I don't believe it.
I actually like blue meet and greet, I'll be honest with you. I was talking to Demos the other day and he had recommended it to me. But I actually think it's a really good card. Comes in for 2. It's like you have to block it, otherwise.
Yeah. I think you're right because you want blues in that deck that don't clog up your blood depth, but are also effective when you do draw them. So maybe blue. Yeah, I like it.
I think it's super good. I'm running blue meet and greets in my deck. Demos has converted me, so shout out to Mr. Demos Kalupis, the brute master. But it looks like he is charging. I don't think he caught the Shadow Puppetry on top.
I'm glad he didn't because I would not like to see his place warped around that bleed.
Yeah, or he just oh man, I lost my train of thought. Or he just wasn't able to clear his soul anyway, or didn't see, or is being, a good player and not playing around.
Ooh, beacon of victory. There we go.
Hidden
He could
information.
clear. He could clear the whole.
Clear everything. Yeah, give it all. Give it all. Oh no. Well, yeah, I guess you can't really play like that.
Be the Vanguard. Is he gonna arsenal that?
I would assume that that's probably getting Arsenal. Yeah. And that will for sure turn on his next turn. I think that if he banished 2 here, he'd be in a much better spot, considering the Shadow Puppet, or not the Shadow Puppetry, the Soul Reaping is coming through for sure. Oh, he's just going to give it go again. Okay. I don't think he's going to play the V, but I'm assuming that he's just going to swing with Raiden here.
Yeah, for sure. Coming in for 3. Nia's not blocking because his hand is absolute gas.
No, yeah, for sure. There's literally no world that Nia blocks that.
Are we going to see our warrior player just take all the damage this turn and then come back with a huge V?
We definitely could. He's up 14 life. We'll see if Nia's able to dish out that much damage.
All right, that's not a good start.
Art of War, which is not ideal. So it looks like he has another one in his hand though, based on the ultra bleed that we're seeing. I'd have to message him after this game and let him know that he's bleeding all of the information. But yeah, so he gets the Art of War, banishes the red Riftbind off that. That's super key. It turns on the Riftbind. Might be something that he wants to keep in his banish zone. He will take the blood debt from it, but at least it'll be.
I mean, honestly, he didn't really have a choice on that banish. Was he gonna do banish the Soul Reaping?
Well, yeah, of course, but it's I don't know. I feel like you can keep it in the banish zone and wait until you have a whole bunch of non-attack
for
actions
sure
that you can play like seeds, but. It looks like he does have the non-attack action to play anywhere here, and that's the
straight off the
Howl
draw.
from Beyond. So we'll see. Howl from Beyond, yep, gets the Soul Reaping, banishes.
Did he Shane or?
I don't think he did.
Definitely did not. Cannot Snapdragon this one.
Yeah, no, this unsnapdragonable, unfortunately.
I mean, he only has 1 resource. I guess it would just be. I mean, surely the Shane was correct.
Well, you could just do the make a Soul Shackle and then play the Bounding Demigod, for example.
Or you could play the Rift.
Or play the Riftbind.
Bro, honestly, you play the Riftbind and Snapdragon it into Bounding Demigod and probably present.
Oh my
lethal.
god, yeah, that's true.
It's by the play.
Yeah, I think he might have just forgot to make a soul. Maybe that's the plan that he has in his head right now. But
Art of War, give it go again. Yeah, he chose go again on Art of War. There we go.
Okay, makes sense.
I'm so used to seeing plus
thank
1.
God for Grendel. So yeah, Bounding Demigod coming in now, 4 damage.
Yeah, and the opponent
This
is
will
on
be lethal,
4.
so he has to block this one. The stubbies don't block, do they? I don't think they do.
They do not. Gosh, he has Chano for sure. What do you do? Oh, this looks so bad. Because now we have Riftbind for was for 4, right?
You know what the best part is? He can give the Riftbind go again, break the Aether Ironweave, and then swing the Nebula Blade for 4 as well.
Yo, that's got to be the play.
I think that is the play. Oh my god. Yeah, that is
there we go.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, he's doing exactly that. Gives it go again with the boots, and then the Aether Ironweave is going to get broken, generate him 2 resource, and then he's just going to swing the Nebula Blade after that.
Opponent's on 1 has to block with Tunic.
2 cards from
and a
hand,
card.
Yeah.
Well, he has Tunic.
Or the Tunic. Yeah,
right before it ticks up as well. Well, you
And
did mention this game would be fast, Dante.
Yes, sir. That's usually how these games go. Bolton is the ultimate face tanker. But unfortunately, if your opponent's able to put out more aggression than you are, sometimes the whole face tanking thing doesn't work out so well for you.
Now, will Shane be able to do 1 damage on his turn where he draws a full hand and then banishes 2 cards?
Full hand and banishes 2.
If I was a betting man, I'd say yes.
Yeah, I don't know. Seems unlikely. Deck's not that good, right? So. Oh, the Shadow Verser. Oh, and the Seeds. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that might spell doom for the Bolton player here. But we will find out shortly. I don't think he has any Null Rune. Oh, he does have Spell Void.
Spell Void.
Yeah.
But he has the Grasp, so yeah, I mean, Nia has to see this very clear path to victory here.
Just Spell Void and just pitch a blue, grasp it up, and
does he have a blue?
think I saw another Shadow Verser in his hand, so he for sure does.
So we are going to play. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you
I mean,
go.
or you can do that. Yeah. Okay.
You just say GG, you shake your
Yeah.
opponent's hand, you call it a game. And we get a nice long break before the top 8 here. Or before the top 4, I guess.
Top 4. We are into the quarters now.
Yep.
With that break.
As predicted, fastest game of all time.
Yeah.
That was like 3 turns, I think it was, for each player. So,
Yep.
super fast one. But yeah, good games to both.
Classic rookie mistake.
Our screen regions are gone. Oh, not like this.
I fixed it. I set up for people to not listen. Don't worry. There we go. All right, so now you have the forehead cam on Dante. Unfortunately, we don't get the hairline cam. We are missing out tonight. But plenty of time for us. Plenty of time for us to shill out our sponsors with this extra time. That's going to be Deck Edge. You've heard it a million times. He's been with us since day one. He has a Patreon where he sells first edition product at nearly MSRP. If you're able to get in, that's the place to be. But it's pretty close. It's pretty tight. It's usually closed, and the spots are very premium. Apparently, he opens them just for FAB Gauntlet, so I recommend I recommend you slide into Deck Edge's DMs, tell him you're coming from Gauntlet, and you might be able to get in. If you do, if you're playing or you're collecting, that's the place to get your product. Get those $100 first editions or wherever.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, not bad.
Eric, the creator of Nia's Deck, has a first edition subscription with Deck Edge there, and
lucky man.
He rubs it in my face every day. So if you can get in, you definitely got to get in. It is the way to go for sure.
And the secret password is Gauntlet. You just hit him up with that and say from Gauntlet.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, with that, me and Dante will get a little bit of a break. The other matches look like they went pretty quick. We have another table done, but we'll take a quick break and head into the quarters. Thanks so much.
See you guys in a bit.
All right, welcome back to the semifinals of FAB Gauntlet Week 9. We have a rematch from Swiss. It's going to be Nia on Chain versus Tiny Guy on Ira. Tiny Guy also going for that needle now, knows he's not going to run into a husk. Dante, talk me through it while I update these names.
Yeah, so as I was saying in their first matchup, the husk is like steps to beating Chain are step 1, break the husk. Step 2, get a big momentum swing turn. Step 1 has already been completed because Nia doesn't own a husk, so now Tiny Guy's really just looking for a big momentum swing turn, or just to keep up the pressure throughout the entire game.
Yeah, effective use of flick flags as well. Really good against this go wide strategy. All that good stuff.
Exactly. In the first game, if you guys didn't catch it, Tiny Guy did end up winning. So we'll see if Nia's able to claw his way back here and show us the power of Chain into Ira. But I am so adamant on this fact that if you don't have a Carrion Husk, it is probably the hardest matchup for you to play into an Ira. It's super difficult, especially with all the flick flacks and stuff that just, punish go wide strategies. It makes it so hard. You really got to draw well and play perfectly, basically. So we'll see if Nia is able to do all of those things. He does get a flick flack turn 1, which that's pretty ideal. Doesn't even block all the damage, so he still ends up taking 1 here. And yeah, then we'll just swing the sword for 1.
Yep. Something to mention is we do have 2 Canadians in our semifinals. They're split apart. So on table 2, we have Mike versus Yaxon. I actually deeply regret choosing this match to watch because I just got a glimpse at Yaxon's camera, and it is a sight to behold. So hopefully Mike loses, only for the sake that I want to watch. Yeah, I want to watch Yaxon's camera. Just mess up.
Yeah.
We'll leave it to be a surprise for you guys if he makes it to the finals, but it's pretty glorious. But back into this match, we got Ira doing the old Kadachi for 1, surely to be followed up by the needle, not to be punished by the husk because it does not exist. So needle for 3. Ooh. Okay.
No husk, no problem.
Oh, budget husk coming through.
Armor anyway, yeah. There you go.
Oh, and the Razor Reflex. I think we saw this in.
Anyway,
yeah, I think we saw this in the.
This looks like an exact clone of our first game.
That was that's the exact thing that happened in the last match was a Razor.
Same block, same everything.
Bro, it was also a Torn Tempo, wasn't it? Or was it a Torn Tempo against? It was Torn Tempo against Mike when he was against Kano. Okay, I thought I was like having serious deja vu there. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, the Torrent is threatening the draw off Mask. There we go. We get a draw. Surely we have 1 resource floating. Could even play this. Okay, so we're going to get an Arsenal. Could be a flick flack. But that's huge. The draw off Mask, the Shane player's at 11. He's keeping this 5-card hand, banishing 1. At least he hits. It's a yellow Rift Bind. Could have been a lot worse there, but
I definitely think it would have been more advantageous to him to block out the damage, but I guess if you're starting with a Plunder Run, you don't really care all that much because your turn is going to be huge. So we'll see. Maybe he ends up playing the Rift Bind out of the Banish Zone as well. It'll have +2, so it'll be coming in for 4 plus the Plunder Run's 3.
Double Rift Bind.
Ooh, yeah, okay.
Okay, so coming back with
this
a big.
Would be a good turn to play both, especially if you play something like
a
Hell
from Beyond.
Here.
Jeez,
there you
man.
go. Okay, this is gonna be okay. I can see why I didn't block.
That is spicy.
This is gonna be an absolutely ridiculous turn. So the Rift Binds will have +3 each, and then the first attack is coming in for +6 as well, and 1 arcane damage.
Wow, I had the Razor too. Can't afford it, but.
Yeah, well, he can always break that Aether Ironweave, right? So.
He couldn't because he had to play the Rift Bind first.
What do you mean?
So I was considering keeping the Razor in hand, but he had to pitch it because you have to play.
Oh, I see. Oh no, I thought you meant like he won't have enough to play.
No, it's an Aether Ironweave. I wonder if as the Ira player, you could actually consider you could have Flick Flack, which is pretty good against the second Rift Bind that will be coming through, but you can also consider, I don't know, depending on the context of your hand, like a not block, and Ira being able to present 11 damage on the next turn is not super unlikely, which could put you on the back foot. But then again, we are seeing, how much is this coming in for, Dante?
This is 12 damage and 1 arcane.
Yes, so 13's a lot. Yeah, so okay, we take the 1
arcane, which is sensible, I think. It's just, are you going to end up blocking out the 12? And if he doesn't, he ends up drawing off the Plunder Run. So
Yeah, that's unpleasant.
Yeah, it is. It's either give me your whole hand, and if you have any 2 blocks in your hand, perhaps your mask or something like that. But oh
Okay.
my goodness, he
We
takes
take
all
12.
12.
And then the next one's coming in for, how much is it going to be? We have just the...
Draws off Plunder Run. The next one will come in for 5, because it's 2 plus the 3 non-attack actions.
Are we going
But
to
it looks
1?
like he's
No, because then he
breaking
just
Aether Ironweave.
Snapdragons and... You don't go to 1, no.
He might want to arsenal the card he just drew.
Yeah, but he could snap and swing at the weapon for 3.
Oh yeah, that's very true. Actually, I forgot about the.
This is tough.
The weapon
dude.
only costs 1 here because he's running the Galaxy Black.
Yeah, so we have 13. You said this one's for 6, right? Was it 13 plus?
Coming in for 5. So
Oh,
Rift
okay.
Bind costs 2.
So
and then
8.
because it's being playing from Banish, it gets +3 from the 3 non-attack actions that were played before it.
So the Snapdragon, this is a 21 damage turn plus the hit trigger on the draw.
Yep.
Oh, with what was it? 1, was it 2 rune chance or 1?
It was 1.
That's
I don't think it
disgusting.
was any rune chance. It was just the
Not rune chance. I'm sorry. I'm talking about the soul shackles. We go to 1.
down to
Wow.
1.
We die
Yeah,
to
breaks
Vexing
the
Malice. Is if he draws Vexing Malice, he's officially the luckiest man in the world.
Yeah. So we'll see. The,
Block with Tunic and
Galaxy
Mask?
Come through here.
Does he have it?
I would assume that that's what he's going to be blocking with. Yep.
Tunic and Mask are at 1, so we die to Vexing Malice. Well, it's going to be a huge turn from the Ira. And yeah, just showing us all of his hands, so he's got a Razor Reflex in there.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got like a... This is just tough, because if he, if he Arsenal... He wouldn't have Arsenal the Vexing Malice, he would have just played it. So the
And
Ira...
we're still just the whole hand. So there's a Rip Through Reality in there.
Marvin
Marvin
Skies.
Skies, which is his blue card. I'm assuming that's the one he's going to want to be holding on to. I agree with blocking with the Rip Through Reality. Torn of Tempo. I don't know. Honestly, if you block this, he's just going to use the Snapdragons on it anyway. So
Yep.
might be worth it to take the damage and see what else he has.
We got a double block, I think. Could come up with the command and conquer, as they say.
Yep. There could be a whole number of things. I think I'd prefer to just take the 5 here. You still have a block on your grasp as well. So depending on what the next card is.
Okay,
and
down
I
to
think
5.
He makes the right decision in my opinion. He's just gonna break the boots on it anyway, right? So
Surely.
might as well just take the damage here. E-strike for 7. And then here he can block more effectively, not waste any blocks basically, because he can take 2 cards from hand and the grasp. I believe you can also just block with the grasp and 1 card from hand. Stay at 2 life.
Yeah. I mean, you but 2 blocks. We have blocking for 6 too.
Yeah.
Soul Beat? Lethal? Oh.
Oh.
Exude Confidence for 4.
Wow.
Okay. So we take the
Interesting,
last
yeah.
card in hand, which is a 2 block, and we take 2.
I was not expecting the Exude Confidence.
I mean, yeah, Exude or Soul Bead, like, same thing, right? Like, that was, you could have, I mean, that's a reasonable, like, damage sequence by the Ira player. Because that could have easily been the Soul Bead as well. So it would have been 0 for 4, presenting the same thing. Nia, does he just die?
Well, he can play the Shadow Verser. He won't get go again
True.
on it or anything like that. Or he can use the chain effect to give it go again and maybe play. I don't know. You can't really play anything else depending on what's in your arsenal, but he'll take the 1.
Wow, he got really close to dying there. Oh my god.
Yeah, and then that's gonna
He
be it. I think
he drew invert,
That's all
man.
she wrote. Yeah,
drew
and
invert
invert
existence, yeah.
which is not helpful. But I want you to imagine that he had a husk, and how much easier some of the stuff would have been to block if he did. I don't know. I feel like the husk is just the difference maker in this matchup. It's really tough, even with that insane turn that he had. Still wasn't enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, but that was a pretty impressive sequence out of the Ira. I mean, going down to 1 is sketchy because he could have actually drawn the Vexing Malice and lethaled him.
Yeah, I didn't
But
think there would be anything left,
there
to
we
be
go,
honest,
lethal.
unless it was like a soul bead strike or something along those lines.
which essentially it was, right?
Yeah, seeing the exude confidence, I was like, oh, okay, wow.
Nice. I like exude
That'll do
confidence
it.
is interesting. Not having go again is tough, but like exude confidence in a heavy blue deck like Ira, you can kind of just play it and usually bluff a buff on it. But yeah, I mean, with that, we do see losing, not getting his grudge match back, and losing the rematch
He was
here.
close. This game was a lot closer.
This game was close for sure. This game was close. It was I mean, honestly, if the Ira player had played a non-tech action, he was dead because that invert existence would have killed him at instant speed.
Yep, exactly.
So
I think it can only be played from instant speed from your banished.
Oh, is that true?
From your
Is that
hand.
true?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. That thing is currently, I don't know. It's packed away for me. But anyway, we will take a break before we go to the finals. Hopefully we get to see Yak Sin because his camera setup is glorious. Honestly, I want to just like bring us into that match. But quick break before we go to finals. Just gonna shout out Deck Edge. Putting up a box for the winner and a box for a participant as well, raffled. But yeah, sorry, I'm just thinking about that dude's camera. But yeah, always. It's just so funny. But yeah, we're gonna take a quick break for the finals, and we'll see you guys soon. Thanks. right, we are live for the finals of week 9 of Gauntlet. I'm joined by Dante, as always, and we have Mike on Kano and Tiny Guy on Ira. Another rematch out of Swiss, but now in the finals, and this is Canada's last hope to have a Gauntlet champion.
This is all we got. Everything's riding on Mike right now.
Everything is riding on Mike. They have tried many times. Dante
But we're
was
just
their
not good enough.
Yeah, Dante was their champion in the past, and after so many attempts, he just decided to become a caster instead.
Yep. The double E-Pot turn 1 from the Kano that I played. The barraging beatdowns from
What about the
Rhino that I
CNC
played.
that Tower number 9 hit you with? That was a
Oh,
good one.
yeah.
Yeah.
The CNC that Tower 9 hit me with, and then when he also blocked 3 times with his bracers, I mean...
Oh, come on.
I just can't win. You know what I mean? I'm not a good player. So we need Mike to take it home for Canada because I never could.
This is
So
the chance.
I hope he doesn't make me an ashamed father today.
Canada's pride and
I hope
joy.
He does me proud. Yeah,
But
seriously.
Tiny Guy getting the better of him in Swiss, so we'll see if Mike is able to take the grudge match. Tiny Guy is the higher seed, so I assume Mike will be going first here.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what we see. We do see a Kano. And whew,
Oh, that's what you like to see. Let's see if he can pitch and get another one, and then it'll be an exact replica of what happened to me that one week.
oh man.
Oh no. But off the top here, most ideal thing would probably be something like a Voltic Bolt, which would just come in for easy damage, and be able to do something to him turn 1. Looks like Mike had a fly in the room or something like that. Oh man, he is swatting.
I think he was just waving away those bad spirits that we're gonna not let him top deck another energy potion.
Waving away the bad juju. Get rid of that.
That's how he finds us. He gets the E-Pot and then he rips a blue and he's like, nah. Swats it away.
So blazing, play the Aether Flare. This coming in for 1, I believe. Nothing special. And then he arsenals and passes. But that's a blazing at the bottom of the deck right now, so.
Yeah, and Mike doesn't really get to the bottom of his deck. Most of
I
these
don't
new
think so.
Canalists don't. But he does get the E-Pot, which is about as good as it gets for turn 1. Literally cannot think of anything you want more than early E-Pot as a Kano. Like, maybe you would have liked some chip damage, but he'll settle for the E-Pot for sure.
Yeah. I think E-Pot plus chip damage would be asking for too much. He didn't wave hard enough when he was away, so.
Oh my god.
We'll see. See how he ends up playing here. I'd imagine probably just block 2 from hand. Chips.
Do we see another Razor out? Okay, I thought we were gonna see another Razor out of Tiny Guy on the turn 1 Razor. So I think every time we've had him on camera, it's been okay.
Toma Fendel. Okay.
Mike down to 11. Likely going to play the card out of his arsenal, chip, and then arsenal another card, I assume. Tunic up to 2.
Yep. Either that or just play it of hand. But
Ooh, there it was. It was close. Okay, yeah,
yeah,
played out of
the
hand.
red Voltic Bolt. There you go. Yeah, he's wishing he top decked that on the last one, but it's 3 free damage here anyway, so he'll take it.
Does my man Mike have a stir in the arsenal, you think?
I mean, it's tough to say. I can read it on Guy. I can sniff it out, but I can't sniff it out on Mike. Too new to the Kano scene, but clearly a superior Kano since he's in the finals and he's not.
I'm sure Guy would love to hear that.
Well, I love trolling my boys. You know how it is. But yeah, we're seeing the usual out of the Ira here.
Yep.
Just the Kadachi Needle, and then followed by some sort of attack here. And it's just going to be a little baby Flusterfist.
Oof.
Nothing crazy.
Man, it's not fun to break like that.
2
against a
damage?
Kano.
Yeah, no, you hate to see it.
That is not fun.
I almost would have preferred to keep that Flusterfist in my hand just because it's a blue. I don't know if I would have arsenaled it, but if you must, you must. The only blues that I like arsenaling in the Ira deck are the Rising Knee Thrust to play after the leg taps.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean,
Mike getting to his
sometimes you got
his
to clear
tunic.
that arsenal.
He's gonna get a pretty free random Kano here, but is that yeah, I guess that's a leave on top.
Might be the eye or something like that.
I think he's Guy's
Ooh,
showing
another
his
Voltic Bolt. There you go.
Guy is showing his appreciation for your comments in the chat.
What did he say? Read it to me.
He said, "Thank you so much. I agree." Oh wow, takes the Voltic down to 14. Well, wait, did he?
I think he pitched to block 3.
Wasn't he at 19? I think he took 5
Yeah.
there.
So he took 3 from the first Voltic and now 3 from the second.
Yeah.
Um,
Sorry, it's
Mike's
past
just
my
looking
bedtime.
to chip. Yeah, that's okay. Don't worry. It's past mine too. I think Mike's just looking to chip in just a little more damage so that he can kill him with the stir.
Yeah, Mike's on that. Mike's on 8. That's pretty good. Like that's
Yeah,
healthy.
it looks like the eye was on top because we just saw him bleed it in his hand. So
Classic Canadian bleed. It's been popular tonight.
he probably doesn't even know he's doing it. When he rewatches the VOD, he'll feel pretty bad about himself. But yeah, that's probably why he didn't play off the top there. Makes sense.
Bro, he's just rubbing it in our face.
Rubbing in his opponent's face. He's like, ah, yes, the $600 card that I'm shuffling around in my hands as I wave off the bad juju.
Can't get over the bad juju.
Yeah, exactly.
All right,
We'll see
so
how he ends up blocking
it's gonna
here.
commit
If
to the
I'm
block.
if I'm the Ira player, I'm trying to use those Snapdragon scalers.
E-strike
as
7,
soon
no
as
respect.
possible.
Oh man, he's at 14. This is the time to do it, right? Present that lethal.
Yeah, could be a sigil in the arsenal though. I know that
He does play it, yeah.
there
He
are
does.
quite a few Ira lists that are still playing sigils. So
Does Mike whiff on his talismanic lens again?
let's find out. I sure hope not, just for the sake of Canada.
Just for the sake. I feel like you're biased here.
Just a little bit, you know. But I kind of have to be. I'm a disgraced player, and I need somebody to hold the mantle for me. Finally, do what I could never: win a gauntlet. And we'll see if Mike is able to do that here.
Ooh, it's a double
Keeps them
top.
both on top. Oh my goodness! Although I'll tell you what, we saw him do that with the last talisman.
Could be 2 blues, yeah.
And yeah, it was nothing special. So
If it
let's
is,
see here. It looks like he's going to be throwing at least 1 card in front of the strike.
yeah. But he might get
Which,
snapped.
I mean, you have to not to die, so it makes sense.
You could throw the tunic in front of it.
Yeah, I think what Mike is trying to, like, what he should keep in mind, though, is that if there's a Razor in the arsenal, it's going to feel pretty bad if he only blocks the tunic. Although it'll feel pretty bad if he only blocks with 1
Yeah, I was gonna say, he blocks 1 card from man. He's
Yeah.
lay dead.
Because that could do it. He does have 1 resource floating, so it really depends on what that last card in hand is.
He had a
Or,
resource
sorry, what
so
that
he
last card in his arsenal
so when he
is.
arsenaled, he played the Fluster Fist, right? He had a resource floating when he played the Fluster Fist, so surely he would have
Mhm.
razored that, right?
You think he would have raised with the Fluster Fist? I
Just to
usually like to
accelerate the
hold on to
clock.
my Razor if maybe
Oh, okay.
pitch the stir off the top. That is what you're looking for. It's kind of nice.
Decides to not resolve his his Ivophidia opt, obviously.
Well, he already knows what
Yeah.
the 2 top cards are, right? So
For obvious reasons. So
keep in mind he still has that energy potion too.
Yeah,
The
for
stir-
sure.
The stir is free.
Yeah. One thing we should talk about is the Stir Forked Crucible Metacarpus Nodes combo is 14 damage, so it is lethal on no rune 3 if they are on 11 or less health. But if Mike is able to chip in a lot of damage here, that could be just the work he needs.
Yeah, we'll see what he's able to play out here. Stir does allow you to play your next wizard non-attack action as though we're an instant, so he'll be able to chip at least something in. Because Stir buffs for how much?
Ooh, here we go. It's for 3.
4? 3?
That's for
3?
3.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so the Stir comes down. So +3, and the next thing he plays is going to be played at instant speed.
Mm-hmm.
So
you
I'm
can play off the tunic and then block with the tunic.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, if he's blocking this turn, right? Which he probably is. Yep. I guess he's just trying to chip in a lot of damage. Doesn't even have to
I
use
don't
the
know.
boots. So you see the line, don't say that's correct. So he's gonna get a big chunk in here. He's gonna keep the boots up. Won't have the tiles back. Okay, there's the forked.
Oh, the forked in hand, yeah. Rough.
Yep, and then there's a
Chain lightning
okay for 6.
coming in for 6 here, yeah.
Chain lightning is from hand. He has no resources floating. Is that correct?
Chain lightning came from hand. That's right.
No, like, but it only lets you play something from hand. So I'm just.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's not relevant because it doesn't have anything in arsenal. But
Might be a blazing that he has in his hand. Oh, blazing off the top,
blazing off the top.
and then block with the tunic and live at 1.
And Dyed Eraser.
Died a razor. Oh, no razor. Okay, okay, okay.
That's it. The
Yeah,
boots are
that's
still
it.
up.
I don't. Yeah,
I mean, we could see the old tomfoolery sigil in the arsenal. You know.
that's true. The ultra sandbag into gotcha. But you never know. But that is an unforgettable moment. Is that still clipped? Can people still watch?
Yeah, that is still clipped. Tomfoolery sandbagging a sigil. That was
Love that.
my favorite play in 9 weeks of doing this.
Love that. It was so good. I never freaked out so much in my life.
All right, so here is Lethal presented. Mike has some disgusting
Playing the
amount of
boots, the
card combo in
gloves.
his hands. Mike immediately
Ooh.
pops the boots.
Is there not something that he?
Oh,
can
come
play?
on, Mike. What are you doing?
Don't do it to him like that, man. Jesus. Oh God.
Dude.
Oof. Yep.
So this
GG.
is
Shake the hand. Give him the old
8.
Rob Style handshake.
So,
and,
yeah,
call it a day.
it's for 8, so it's lethal to sigil as well. No, because he's on 2.
Unless there's 2
Wait,
sigils?
no. So you got 5. So you have 5 effectively a sigil. Yeah, you died only in 3. 1 sigil. Dude, if it's 2, it is an
sigil.
arsenal.
If it's 2 sigil,
Pitches, dies. Am I potatoing on math?
nope. Razor and what else?
Okay,
another
I thought it was a sigil. I was like,
Oh,
wow.
there you go. Yeah. So he was sandbagging the sigil, and that's okay.
Well, more importantly, our snow bros in the north have a champion.
Thank God.
Finally.
Look, Mike's first week entering the gauntlet. I try and get this guy to enter every single week, and he wins. There you go.
Nice to defend his title. Well played to Tiny Guy as well. We watched him throughout Swiss many, many times. Congratulations on making it to the finals, and congratulations to Mike as well for winning. Had some pretty nice boomer luck there with the back-to-back. I'm sorry. Just got to do it to him. But
Yeah.
Congratulations, Mike. You are now the Gauntlet champion. We will ship you your cornucopia of prizes soon, and I hope you will come back to defend your title. And Canada, you have your champion.
Thank God.
Thank God. All right.
My son.
Yeah. Right. You're probably more like his son, right?
It is true. It is true. But yeah, no. Good job, Mike. Congrats, buddy.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us for Gauntlet Week 9. Really cool to see all the new heroes from Monarch. We see Shane making a huge impact in the format, so it's really interesting to see. We see a classic,
as predicted in the Arsenal Pass podcast. Go check it out.
but we do see a showdown of Season 1 with Ira versus Kano. Kano takes it, and we do see the classic Mike C dog
Oh,
cam.
and Mike gets the dog on Kim. Yes.
This is a classic here. But with that, wow, we look at this dog, or Mike tries to wrangle him into the thing. It's got a shout out Deck Edge. That's our sponsor. Been with us since literally the very beginning. Since week 1, we're at week 9. He puts up a box for the winner and a box to be raffled off to the player. To a participant. He has a Patreon. He sells first edition at close to MSRP. If you're able to get in, that's the place to be getting your product, whether you're collecting or playing. So just definitely hit up Deck Edge, DM him, tell him you came from Gauntlet. That's the secret password. That's how you get in. And yeah, best of luck. And with that, we are going to be moving Gauntlet to Monday in expectation of Skirmish starting soon. So that's not going to be this coming Monday, so not in 2 days, but the week after on Mondays when Gauntlet will be. It'll be at 8 p.m. EST again. So I hope to see you all there. And congratulations, Canada. You won the Gauntlet.
Oh.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Good night, everybody.